What a horrible man. What a horrible man. What a horrible man. Dirty Santa with his dirty old beard. Mr. Prosecutor always acting so weird. Telling lies corrupt as he can be. Dirty Santa, take a good look, you'll see. King of the plea deal for 30 plus years. Never ran a trial, must be out of fear. He ain't smart enough to tie his own shoes. Dirty Santa saying things we don't wanna hear. The shame is real, plea deal bill. Got the I can't win blues. Gotta fake it to make it, cause he's so bad, can't lose. Dirty Santa, dragging that beard. Dirty Santa, damn this dude weird. Hey, shut him down. Retry all the cases, shut him down. Shove it in his face. Dirty Santa. What a horrible man. He can't do it, find someone who can. Lie to county prosecutor. So sad. Every case he touched got a cheap little plea, but he act real tough when the cameras be. Talk big, go fast, that's his game. Same old grin, same old shame. You hear that jingle? It ain't joy, it's a dirty old grift in a cheap disguise, boy. Shame is real when the truth come through. Everybody in the room know exactly who. All that talk, all that front, can't run a trial, but he sure can't stunt. Dirty Santa, dragging that beard. Dirty Santa, damn this dude weird. Shut him down. Retry all the cases, shut him down. Shove it in his face. Dirty Santa, what a horrible man. Please deal, that's your crown. Watch it crack when the facts come down. You hide behind that old red suit, but the whole damn town see through. Dirty Santa, dragging that beard. Dirty Santa, damn this dude weird. Hey, shut him down. Retry all the cases, shut him down. Shove it in his face. Dirty Santa, what a horrible man. What a horrible man. Dirty Santa, what a horrible man. What a horrible man. What a horrible man. We were all there, in the chair, in the room, the blackest nights in the moon. 4 people murdered in the night. My innocence taken, I'm guilty. I did not fight. You took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out, corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. Nothing left for me now. Nowhere to turn to. I thought you were here to protect and serve, not ruin my life. I thought you were here to protect and serve, but you lied. Redacted, blacked out, corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. Redacted, blacked out, corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. No. Visually unique on the line. Bronx Tales True Crime. Dago and the TruCrime Cafe. The last 24 all day. Pavarotti, harsh reality. Truth and transparency. Jules True Crime reactions, eyes wide. Hildreth investigates. Won't slide. We read the blood in the paper. We trace the light of the maker. Every cover-up starts to shake. When the facts awake, we won't stop, till the truth breaks through. We won't stop, till the truth comes through. Exposing every lie, day after day. We won't stop, till the truth stays. Till the truth stays. Amber Vance with the thread in hand. Travis T. Logic, make it understand. Glitch DNA in the case file glow. Tearing them apart, let the details show. Idaho 4, every name we speak. Delphi, Karen Reed, we stay on the streak. Every contradiction, every hidden door. We're kicking it open, asking for more. No polished smile can save you. No silence gets to save you. If the story bends for power, we come back louder. We won't stop, till the truth breaks through. We won't stop, till the truth comes through. Exposing every lie, day after day. We won't stop, till the truth stays. facts in the dark. We drag them into day. Every mask, every mark gets stripped away. Corruption in every way. We name it plain till the last false word. It's gone in the rain. We won't stop till the truth breaks through. We won't stop till the truth comes through. Exposing every lie day after day. We won't stop till the truth stays.
All right. All right, all you beautiful peeps, welcome, and thank you for joining us again today, the day after such a large, crazy day out here in the true crime world. Yesterday, everybody that was around, you guys know what all went down. Bryan Kohberger stepped forth, put a statement out, wants to retract his plea deal, says that he is innocent, and he was coerced, lied to, and basically tricked into taking the plea deal, which a lot of us have already thought that, I guess you could say. So we're going to discuss today what comes next, guys, and then some stuff as well. We're going to go through with that. So please make sure to hit the like button, share this out. Thank you all for being here. Let everybody know what's going on in here today, if you will. Please and thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so very much for joining us today. And I appreciate all of the mods for being here. As always, completely threw me off guard there, Miss Lana. Thank you for being here. Anyway, let's do this intro thing and get moving, guys. Here we go. Good Lord, have mercy.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the TruCrime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide. bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the TruCrime Cafe.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome back, guys. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here, as always. Much appreciated. Always, always appreciated. Thank you to the moderators for taking time out of your busy, busy lives to jump in and join us today for this as well. Day number 2 of the beginning of the end, we hope. Okay? This is all just getting started now. Yesterday, it was put out that Bryan Kohberger filed motions to retract his plea to get a trial in a sense, okay? States that he's innocent, that his innocence, his actual innocence is his truth. Interesting. Very interesting. He's basically put it out there that his defense did not defend him. In fact, did the opposite. So we're going to discuss that today, review and react. I do have some things to react to for you guys, so I'm sure you'll get a trip out of that. So thank you guys for being here again today. You're all very much appreciated. Please make sure to hit the like button and share this out. It looks like we got Stitches in the house. Miss Wendy, welcome back. Jeebs is in the house, as always. Good to see ya. Tattoo Gal, welcome back. Pretty much Kale's welcome. Good to see you. Miss Gail, good to see you as well. Paco, welcome back, my friend. Miss Sluther's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Sluther. The Borg, welcome back. Astastic, great to see you. Self-help this, self-help that. Welcome to you. Miss Bunny Murphy, welcome. Great to see you. Miss Wendy, welcome. Eddie's in the house. One maiden nut. Great to see you, buddy. Love to hear from you today. Meanie, good to see you. Legal Swag, welcome to you. Awesome Vintage, welcome. Thrive Off Grid, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Alexi S20, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Pretty much Finland, same to you. Junior's in the house. Welcome, Dylan. Good to see you. Let's see. Miss Kathy from Kathy's Indie Zone is in the house. Make sure you guys are subscribed, please, and thank you. Mountain Mama, welcome to you. Artie Simrays. Wait, Artie Simrays? Artie Simrays. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm not, my apologies. Welcome. Michelle F., welcome back. Good to see you today. Brian's Brown Bananas, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Make sure we have Miss Kathy's link in the chat. Everybody, thank you. Sluther, of course you did it. Thank you very much. Let me see. Beach Babe, welcome. Great to have you here. Bambi Whitlock, welcome to you. Lisa Winchester, great to see you. The Tomboy flew in just for this today. Great to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for being here. Beth Wagner, welcome. True Seeker, welcome back. Good to see you. North Carolina Mountain Man, welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. Lost Faith, great to have you here. Baby Ames, good to see ya. Let me see here. Of course, the lovely Miss Lana Oriani with Truth and Transparency is in the house. Great to see you, Miss Lana. Thank you for being here. Always appreciated. Guys, if you have not subscribed to Truth and Transparency, what are you doing with your lives? Come on now. Morgan Peters, welcome back to you. There's Miss Lana's link as well. Thank you again, Sluther. Always on top of tangs. Skilla's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. um, I can't with you sometimes, Lana. I love you to death, but you kill me sometimes. Trey Hawker, good to see you. Terry Don, welcome. Sylvia Hurley, always happy to see you. Thank you for being here. Jacqueline Keeley, welcome back. Ms. Laura Diane, welcome, welcome. Carolyn Prestage, welcome back. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us today. Terry Martin, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Excuse me. Terry Dawn, I think I'm saying that wrong. Rebecca Seidner, welcome, welcome. Chinoa, 1118, welcome. Looks like Mikey's in the house, the last 24. Again, another channel, make sure you're subscribed to. You may be seeing us together here pretty soon outside of the verdict room. Little hint there. Hope you're looking forward to it because I am. Lenny Mo, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Meanie, welcome. I think I got almost everybody. Gail G74, welcome to you. Mick McCater, I think that's right. Welcome. Fantastic. Aquamarine, welcome back. Great to see you again. Thank you for being here. Anna Zorman, same to you. Great to have you all here today. Sammy T, welcome, welcome. Lenny Briscoe is in the house, folks. Good to see you. Miss Becca, welcome back. And everybody, again, please make sure to share this and hit that like button, please. And thank ya. Deb's in space, but she's also in here. So welcome, Deb. Cynthia Weldon, welcome to you. Mandy Lynn Sue, good to see you. Trash Monster, welcome. Good to see you here. Moonlight Baby, welcome, welcome, welcome. Wait, what? What? What happened? What happened? Lizzie K9 Crew, welcome to you. Is that how I pronounce that? Artie Simrays, I think. Carolyn, good to see you. Carolyn, Self-Help Tattoo. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, you guys know how it goes. I will catch up with you. True Crime Unleashed, thank you for being here. Fox Rooter, good to see ya. Mercy Ella Grace, welcome. Danny C, welcome to you. Realize, Analyze, good to see you today. Italian Girl, welcome back. Box to Rose, welcome, good to see ya. You guys make sure you're subscribed to the last 24, please, and thank you. You don't want to miss out on anything Mr. Mikey might put out. Trisha W., good to see you. Thank you for being here. Simply Solo, always a pleasure. Good to see you today. Realize, Analyze, dropping 5 new memberships in the sauce. Welcome, welcome. Looks like Andrea Smith, Fox Rooter, Aquamarine, Squishy Bum, and Miss Tomboy all got new memberships. Welcome to the sauce. Much appreciated. 5 new meatballs jumping in. Bridget Gentile, welcome to you. Cats Meow 3. Welcome, welcome. And thank you again so very much for that. Realize. Bubbles in the house. Good to see you, Bubbles. Thank you for being here. Again, thank you for that. Realize. Cotty, hello. Welcome. True to it. Good to see you today. Sure. 93. Welcome. And Miss Gail dropping some jewels, the floating heart. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Still working on the other meatballs we need in here dancing so that you guys don't get bored with that one, as I'm sure you probably already are. Thank you, Foxy. Appreciate that very much. Cotty. Oh, I did say hello. Hello. I think I got everybody. I think I did. Dog Mom, welcome. Good to see ya. Vicky Harrison, welcome to you. Well, good. I'm glad you guys enjoy the dancing meatball. Andrea Smith, welcome. I think I said hello, but hello again. Bambi Whitlock, I want to say, Dago, and all of you that have continued to keep this horrific story going are such amazing people. I've never been in trouble, but if I ever did, I would let you all help. Well, that's awesome. And thank you, Bambi. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. And that goes for true, typically unique. Miss Logan with Bronx Tales True Crime, The Last 24, Pavarotti, Jules True Crime Reactions, Lana with Truth and Transparency, uh, Amber Vance, Travesty Logic, so many other channels that are all doing this. I appreciate each and every one of them for doing what they're doing to help keep this all going because none of us could do this on our own. I think we all need to do this together as a united front, and I think that's the only way it works. So, thank you, Michelle, for that membership. Went off to looks like Sure93. Congrats, welcome to the sauce. Thank you, Michelle, very much appreciated. Up in custody queens, thank you. Yes, I there's so many I forget some. Birdie, everybody that's out there of chick. I'm gonna call you YT because I can't say your name, but thank you for that and thank you for being here. Thank you, Moonlit. Smiling Sleuth, great to see you. Liz Sutton, welcome and thank you. Beverly Pike, welcome, welcome. I'm going to. I'm going to. I will name him before I make his partner out here. The meatball reminds me of you. I want to see you do that. You will not see me do that move. I put myself in a hospital. Vicky Harrison, good to see you. I can't do that stuff no more. Let's see. Fantastic. Thank you for those jewels again. I said hello, Dilly Dill. Junior's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. And I saw your Ganja girl. Welcome. We were all crazy over that one. Lola Gets, welcome. Good to see ya. That's right. Free the innocent. Joanne, good to see you. I'm sorry. I had a headache yesterday too. It was so much going on. So much going on. So, Eric Johnson, welcome. Alex Upchkin of the gotcha. Thank you, Eric. Mama D3, welcome. Oh my God. Can you imagine the real movie when it comes out? This is going to be insane. Insane. Hell, I'm thinking about writing a damn book myself. For sure. Uh-oh. Sleuther's dropping 5 new memberships in here. Again, thank you, Sleuther. Up to brings us up to 11. And it looks like True Crime Unleashed, Ganja Girl, Mama D3, Gail 74, Real Aaron 317 all received new memberships. Welcome to the source. Great to have you on board and in the family. Thank you so much, Sleuther. We love you, dear. Appreciate you very much as always. All right, Dylan. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you all for the very nice thoughts, guys. Very much appreciated. The nice comments. All right, Dylan. Come on down, Dilly. We're going to work this a little different today. Other than a couple people, we can have as full-time guests up here with me. Anybody that wants to join us besides that, and there's just a couple, we can do it at a time because it gets so crowded and so chaotic. So what I'm going to do is if anybody has just like general statements to make, I'll roll it through and give everybody 10 minutes. But if somebody like Dylan or Jesse or Eddie or somebody wants to come up and sit with me as a guest, then we can do that. But everybody else, we're just going to roll on through and do, if you have specific comments to make, it'll make it easier on everybody. In my mind's eye, welcome and thank you for that membership that went to Amy Oleski. Welcome, welcome. All right. 1 minute here. Give me a second. Let's see what's going on back here. And it starts. Here we go. This kid's supposed to be able, he has a key, but he loses it all the time. I'm coming. Hold on. Jesus. Good Lord. Impatient as always. Oh, and
I'm
somebody
always
else.
impatient.
Did you see somebody else out there when you was out there?
I think I saw a couple people. It was kind of dark out there.
Yeah.
I brought wine and I'm ready to party.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Oh,
shit.
geez.
Uh-huh.
Holy shit.
Oh, there's somebody else out there. Oh, all right. Welcome, gentlemen. Well, I think we're locked and loaded for the panel for right now. Welcome, Jesse, Eddie, and Dylan. Gentlemen, wonderful to have you back in the house today. How are you today? I didn't get to hear from Eddie yesterday. I'm sure there was like way too many people up here for Eddie. That's a fact. And Jesse only got for a couple minutes because he's getting old and his back started bugging him, so we didn't have him too.
No, that
too
was
long.
me. That was me.
Oh, okay.
Well, I didn't have wine either yesterday, so my back doesn't quite hurt as much as long as I have wine.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's probably no pain. Eddie, can you hear me okay, sir?
Yes, I can.
Welcome, sir. Good to see you today.
Thank you. How'd you know I was out there? I didn't have a chance to knock.
There was a knock. It was a slight knock. I don't know. It came after the fact. The thing is so off. It's off. It's not in time with the show. I'm gonna lock the panel for right now, everybody. Just for right now, so we can get some. I see you're having your snacks, Jesse. Once you rotate through a few people, I'll bring others up for periods of times. So don't go nowhere. I'll give you the options. So gentlemen, the three of you having a good day thus far, I believe.
My back's killing me. Every part of my body hurts from the new job.
New job,
But-
huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's a little different than sitting down and telling people to buy your phone, isn't it?
A little bit.
Just a little. It's okay. You'll get used to it.
Yeah.
You'll get used to it,
Oh,
bud.
in 2 weeks, I'll have a 6-pack. I'll be ripped.
What is your new job, Dylan?
Are you trying to kill me, Dylan? I'm
There you go,
almost choked
spit
on
out
that.
spit out your throat.
Yeah, you're lucky it didn't go all over the screen. What are you doing now, Dylan?
Pretty much packing for a company.
Like a warehouse type work type thing?
Yeah.
Gotgive
Yeah, they had me
That's
doing the heavy lifting for about 6 of the 8 hours.
You're the big guy. They're gonna give you all the hardcore stuff. You know what I mean? You're the bigger, muscular guy, bigger built guy. So,
I'm
welcome,
the brains
Will.
of the operation. If I'm the muscle, we got problems.
well, that's a good point. Welcome, Micro. Jesse's enjoying his eve. What time is it, Jesse? There, 3,
Let's see.
5,
2,
Oh,
20
2.
after 2.
Okay, in the morning in Thailand. Good weather, I hope. No storming, I hope. And Eddie, what's Minnesota looking like today, sir?
Better. Yesterday was really humid, but today is tolerable.
Good. Yeah, it's getting that crazy humid shit here again too. I hate that. And Dylan, we all know where you're at because I'm the same place you are, and it's slightly sunny, but still shitty ass Ohio. So
It's actually pretty sunny over here.
yeah, it cleared up. It was overcast earlier, but it does look better. Good point. Davey White, good to see you, buddy. So let me start. Jesse Lynn, moving forward, Jesse Lynn. Sarah D. Irish, welcome. Candy Girl, good to see you, dear. Angel 99. Is that Angel D? Angel D, good to see you. Smiling Sleuth, welcome to you as well. Midwest Ohio, good stuff. Yeah, we're gonna discuss that too, Analyze. I got some issues with that.
I do want to take a little bit of a victory lap here.
Well, do your thing, sir. You were the first here. I knew you were coming to, and then I'll get to these. Kent Corbett, welcome. Go ahead and do your little victory lap there. Victory lap, buddy.
So May 4th, 2026, I posted a video, pretty much no confidence in Ann Taylor. And I said in that video that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for him to plead guilty unless he is essentially tricked into it. Hey, I don't know what to tell you, Brian, but everything that leads back to you. We try to fight this way, that way, whatever the case. And I pretty much went on to say, he's got 37 trump cards up his sleeve, and he doesn't even know it. So, and that's pretty much it's exactly what he said yesterday.
Gotcha.
And I called that out 2 months ago.
I remember. I do remember, and I gotta say, I'm kind of proud of him. I know that sounds horrible to say because he's been convicted of quadruple homicide, but of course, I don't believe he did it. So that's why I'm proud of what he's doing for himself when he's finally getting the information to do it, from my understanding. So that's a good point, and I absolutely respect your victory lap, sir. This is just I was on Crimes After Dark last night, you guys, for those of you that were there. I tell you right now, Miss Kathy joined us from Kathy's Indie Zone, and she made a good point. She said, Dago, have you ever seen anything like this? And Kathy's been in law for a long time, of my understanding, working within the legal system, whatever it is. And she's always been very good at explaining all these documents and different things going on. And she herself has said I'm 52 years old this November, you guys. And I've watched TV and news and trials and cases around me. I've never in my life, ever, and I pray to God I never do again, seen anything like this, ever. With what
I watched
Brian...
Crimes After Dark. It was a great show last night.
Yeah, thank you. It was actually...
Lee was on top form. I really appreciate how passionate he gets about these things.
He does. He takes it to a different level. I get to that point, but I have to back myself down because I get nervous with my blood pressure because I do get worked up, but I don't want to get that bad. We've had to tell him to calm down a few times too. So, Witchy who? Good to see you. But no, I mean, and there's reasons to be this worked up. The passion that a lot of us have over this is just doubled, tripled in size over the past 24 hours. Welcome, Garmilla. Good to see you. Brian's brown bananas. Harry Potter's beard. Good to see you. Yeah, I think we're all on blood pressure meds now. I would agree with Witchy on that one. And if they're not, you should be. Wild stuff, guys. Wild stuff. So before we get to let's go to Eddie. I haven't heard from Eddie yet since it started. What do you got? What do you got floating through your mind today, sir, after yesterday's chaos?
So someone asked me in chat yesterday, what are my thoughts now? And I answered that nothing has changed in my opinions that I've had. It takes me a while to kind of, gather all the information and go over it and try to understand it. Process. I call it to grok.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's probably a different usage of the word than most people understand it as, but it's the original use of the word.
Right, which is probably where it all came from. I agree with you.
Yeah, I might have explained it before.
I think you did once, yeah.
So that's what I'm doing, and I have questions, but
of course.
I think, I don't know if any of you on the panel, Jesse or Dylan, Dago, have seen Pavarotti's video this morning.
But that's what I wanted to follow up your comments with.
Or wait, this morning or yesterday?
This morning.
I haven't, but we can definitely review that because
I'm calling it Pav's paradox.
I like to keep up with Pav anyway. Let me see which one this is. Is it the one with the Joker?
Yeah.
Uh, gotta love it. Let's see. How long is this?
It takes a
Hold on.
while. It's 40 minutes.
Well, I can definitely go through it. I have no problems with that.
You
Nothing
know,
but
my
absolute.
trick, I always suggest, of course, if you play it on 1.5, I think it'll be
Yeah.
tolerable to listen to, and it helps, push through
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
quick.
We can do it. Absolutely. We can definitely break that down, discuss, review it. It'll be a first for me today, and I like doing that with you guys. And
And thank you for doing that ahead of time, Dago, because in a way, it kind of has. It'll illustrate my thoughts better than I can probably do myself.
Sure. No, and I have absolute respect for Pop. You guys know that. It's definitely grown over the past couple years. I didn't even follow Pop when he first came out as a guilter. I absolutely did not follow him, and a lot of people don't like him or respect him. And I understand. I respect that. Okay, but I have a lot of respect for him. I think he is, and this is my opinion. Him and Lana. I say this all the time. I think him and Lana are the two hardest working investigative reporters out here, as far as all of us are concerned. And Pav, the passion is real as just as much as Lana's. It's real deal. This is why I love these two. They're real as you can get, guys. And that's something I am 100% behind, is real people doing real things for real reasons. So that's just my point. I have absolutely no problem reviewing this with you guys and reacting, because I have not seen it yet. So I enjoy doing that. Thank you, Witchy. No GoFundMe for legal costs. They don't allow it. No, unfortunately, they don't. And we're going to try to figure something out with that too, because there has got to be a different way to make that happen to help that family. Period. So,
I was just going to say, there is one thing that I do want to make clear, because I've seen a lot of people on the guilter side being like, "Oh, you guys changed your mind on this, that, and the other," and it is one of the most annoying things on the planet to me.
They don't have anything else to say, buddy.
Because you are entitled to change your opinion, especially when new data is presented.
Of course. And if you don't, Dylan, you're not processing, in my opinion. If you don't change your mind about certain things, you haven't processed information. I mean, I'm not saying you always have to change your mind. I'm just saying when we get new information, we have to process, and it does change some things. That's all I mean. So
it's a lot like how you look at a football team throughout the season. You go into it thinking, "Oh, Alabama's going to be really good." Well, and then they drop 3 of the 4, and like, oh,
you didn't need to use them. Let's not go there.
No. Dylan, can I correct you?
Uh-oh.
How about Penn State's going to be pretty good, because they were the number 2 ranked team in the country heading into last season. They fired their coach halfway through.
Really?
Yeah.
Penn State would be the best example.
Not yet, Swift. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Roll Tide. You know me. We'll see what happens this year. I know I'll be disappointed, and we know why. I'm not going to go there, though. Okay.
So the thing I really wanted to comment on was about Pav's video. So if I do comment on it, I think I'll spoil the video for everybody. So I'll probably just wait. But
yeah, no, it's fine.
I will say that whether Eddie and I disagree or anybody else disagrees, at the end of the day, I think it's still a victory lap. We should all be very thankful for what's happened here, and hopefully we're going to get closer to the truth. And really, if I had to choose between being right or getting to the truth, I'm definitely choosing the truth. And I also want to say, I don't think I've ever mocked anybody on panel here, maybe with the exception of Jeff. I think I've tried to treat everybody with respect. Now, there have been people that haven't, treated me accordingly. I feel like I've been mocked a couple times in the last month by different people. And looking back at the discussions we were having and the opinions I was being mocked for, I feel vindicated. Whether I'm, regardless of how right I am, the opinions that were mocked as ridiculous, you can no longer, based on what's happened, you can no longer say those opinions are ridiculous.
That's a very good point, sir. And I appreciate that and respect it. Italians do it better. Welcome. And I agree with that.
Yeah,
You bet.
After we found out that the Tisdale and Rosenthal lied about where they were at the time of the murders, everything's back on the table.
Yeah, you said that before. I agree with you. There's a lot on the table with this one. And now, especially now, with this happening, welcome, Miss Noel. I hope you're feeling good today, dear. I hope everything's healing up well with you, and it's great to see you here. Always appreciated. But yeah, I agree with that, Jesse, as I do with again, guys. We've been here, like, Dylan's newer, but he's still been here. Jesse, Eddie has been here with me almost from day one on this, okay? And we're kind of like a family, you know, brothers that disagree, but still love each other at the end of the day. That's the way this is supposed to be in here. That's the way I want it to stay in here, and the way it's always going to be. We have disagreements. That's fine. We still, like I said, at the end of the day, can hug and shake and walk away from it. And that's the way it's got to stay. And always will be that way, as far as I'm concerned. So, but I definitely do not like seeing people disrespect each other in here, because this community is a family and we don't do that. So everybody is going to have their opinions, their thoughts, their feelings, period. Okay. They may differ.
Buckle up, because there's going to be some disagreements about Pav's video.
I'm sure there is. I knew that already, but it's okay. It's okay. We're big boys. We can handle it. Welcome, Blue Devil.
Well, I gotta agree with you, Dago. I like my room.
I get it. I get it. Absolutely. There's ways to do these things without being disrespectful. We all know that. Melissa Ioria, welcome. Good to see you. So I'm gonna go ahead and kick this off. I did jump it up to 1.5, so no disrespect to Paul. He does talk a little bit slower, so this way we can, you know. Yesterday, though, he didn't yesterday. The video he put out yesterday, he was on it, folks. He slammed it home, in my opinion, and just put his point out there and was done. So either way, let's check this out and let's see what we got going. Thank you, Bubbles. And if you guys want to jump into the sauce and join us, we're going to be having, I'm doing my best to have, just so you guys know, for tomorrow in our Discord, I'm trying to have a watch party to watch this this new Netflix thing coming out. If anybody's interested, that's my plan. I'm going to try to make it happen. So if anybody's interested, I will let you know what's going on.
No volume.
No volume, Dago.
His second bite at the apple.
Yeah, some people want the second bite of the apple. I'd love to have the second shot at the, the accused murderer.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Listen to Pavarotti. Can I be your superhero?
Hello, welcome to The Revealing. I am your host, Pavarotti, and I'm here to discuss the Idaho 4 case. And as things start to happen, it just is amazing to me, the reaction from everybody out there. It seems like everybody out there is really shocked, both on the Kohberger side and the Gilter side. They're really shocked at this filing from Bryan Kohberger. And the things that I hear everybody say, the Gilter side, oh my goodness, the mainstream morons, they are up in arms and they don't even know what to do. Kohberger has no chance at this. I can't believe he filed it. I thought he wasn't going to be able to file. He has no chance at this. They should have got him to allocute, or, I knew when didn't get him to allocute, something was going to happen. It's like they know. They've sat there and said the same things over and over for years now. He's never going to file. He can't file. Second he files, then they just go into shock. Like, he can't. It'll never go through. But then every one of them will stop and go, they should have made him allocute. Why didn't he make him allocute? Oh my goodness, they should have made him allocute. Because they know in their heart of hearts where this thing is going. But then again, I listen to the Kohberger side. Ann Taylor screwed him. Ann Taylor team, they screwed him. Bryan Kohberger fired him, and he's doing this all on his own. And it was Ann Taylor and team equally as oblivious to everything. It's amazing to me, because I know a lot of them watch my videos, and they have to understand what I've put out. And I'm not saying
I got to run to grab coffee. I'm going to let this play. I'll be right back. If you guys need me to back up when I come back, just let me know.
The end all be all. Okay, it's all just my opinion, but my opinion for a long time has been very clear that this was pre-planned right after the plea deal. Right before the plea deal, after the Dateline leak, it was pre-planned. everything you're seeing take place today is pre-planned by the Kohberger defense team. So for everybody that's hating on the Kohberger defense team, specifically Ann Taylor, well, you need to watch this video, and you need to watch it with an open mind, and you need to watch it and see what it is you're actually talking about and actually speaking against, okay, if you truly want justice for Bryan. Because my theory has always been it is a plan. Bryan Kohberger could not use his current attorneys to file post-conviction relief. That's not how it works. He has to file it himself. He has to file for a appellate attorney to handle post-conviction relief. He can't file post-conviction relief on ineffective counsel with his ineffective counsel, okay? But there is a lot of caveats to everything around that. And what I'm trying to get people to understand is if you hate on Ann Taylor, you're going to end up understanding eventually that it's Ann Taylor and team that can make this either work or make it go away completely. So a lot hinges on Ann Taylor and team, I assure you, and I'm going to get into a lot of detail in this video about it, because I know a lot of people at this point are thinking, well, what happens next? Well, because I am very disappointed in, a lot of the attorneys that I hear out there covering this case, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to lay this stuff out for you, because Pop really dives in before I start talking on a video to bring you some information. So by the end of this video, everybody's going to be very clear about all the steps in the process, what must take place, and why the last people you should be hating on right now is Ann Taylor and team, okay? You're just going to have to trust me, bro. No, you don't have to trust me, bro. Watch all of this video, and if you keep an open mind and you can comprehend and you can pick up what I'm putting down, you'll understand by the end. Hold on to your hats, folks. It's time to show you how things are going to be really real in this case. Now, y'all know my theory has always been and continues to be to this very day that all of this was planned in advance after the Dateline leak, behind closed doors, with all parties aware of what is taking place right now. That includes all of the Kohberger defense team, Kohberger himself, likely even Judge Hippler. Backroom deals.
It almost makes me wonder, if this was all kind of planned on their side.
I don't know. I mean, who knows what goes on behind closed doors?
Now, the first step in this process would have always been, as I have predicted, Bryan Kohberger himself filing for post-conviction relief. Now, I hear everybody out there saying, Bryan Kohberger fired his attorneys and he filed himself. We need to get him an attorney. Good grief, y'all. Pay close attention as we go through this. Bryan Kohberger has to file that for himself. That's the process. He cannot file for ineffective assistance of counsel with help of his current counsel knowingly helping him file. Okay, that's would be improper. He has to file it by himself, and he has to file for a appellate attorney, which I will explain a little bit more in detail here in a minute what the appellate attorney in this situation is for. For people that think he needs an appellate attorney to actually conduct a trial, you're not very familiar with the law, and that's why I'm very disappointed in the attorneys that actually cover this case. So step number one is he files for post-conviction relief, and then he will file for an appellate attorney to assist him in the post-conviction relief portion of this. Now, all of the pro-burgers out there that want to hate on Ann Taylor and team, they are playing checkers. All right, I hate to say it, but they're just all playing checkers. And the mainstream morons and guilters out there, they're not even playing checkers. They're playing go fish. And we know how much credibility they have. How long have they told us 1 trillion times, Kohberger can never file an appeal. Kohberger, it's over. He can't do anything. He waived his rights to appeal. They still look perplexed to this day, even after this happened.
And it does make people a little bit nervous that the Idaho courts have said before, oh dear, remember that guy who pleaded guilty and, waived his right to an appeal? We need to give him his second bite at the apple. They've done that before. Does that mean that Kohberger's going to get it? No.
People were given false expectations that there would be no appeal because he waived that right.
I kind of think there likely will be a hearing, and maybe it will end there. Because remember, he agreed not to appeal.
I mean, watching all of them just melt down, saying over and over on 20 different podcasts and mainstream moron channels about Kohberger, he wasn't supposed to be able to appeal. How is this happening? Good grief. We've said it.
Yes, sir.
So I do want to add, I don't think anybody was hiding the ball at the time of the, well, at least from everything that I've seen, nobody was hiding the ball that he can't ever appeal ever again. It was.
No, it was never. People. I've heard so many people that don't seem to understand that. We put that out early that he had the ability to appeal at any point. So
yeah, he can apply. He can appeal on certain grounds.
yes, and they're everybody knows this. Okay, this is what pisses me off. Everybody that has any common sense knew this. Okay, that it was explained to. I should put it that way. Some people may not have even heard it, but most people that have been through this community, Lana's, Jules, Kim's, Logan's, everybody, we've always talked about it, and they just don't want to accept it. They want to turn this their direction to make it run for their narrative. So okay, do your thing. Don't play dumb though. But I agree with you.
Yeah, I think that even at the time, even mainstream media was saying that he does have appeal options.
They didn't want to, but they did. Go ahead, Jesse.
I would like to disagree with Pav, and before I do, I want to say that I think Pav's a genius. I think he's on top of all this stuff. He's probably right about 99% of things, but nobody's right about everything. And right. And as I said before, if I got to choose between being right and just getting to the truth, I'm going to choose the truth every time. I know, but anyways, obviously this scenario that we're in right now has been foretold. We all expected this could be planned out in advance. I'm a little bit skeptical though, and if this is
which aspect?
If this is Ann Taylor playing chess, as Pav goes on to say, it's really 3D chess, not just regular chess. But I want to say this, because I've disagreed with Pav on a few things. And I think the paradox here is you can't pick and choose and be right about everything. Now, we've had disagreements about Brent Turvey. We've had disagreements about Cy Ray. And I think that if you believe this was all planned out and this is 3D chess according to schedule, for those people who were saying Turvey's a liar or Turvey's misleading or he's a bad actor, clearly, if this is an inside job and it's all planned out, Turvey's got to be part of the plan. His words are practically quoted in Bryan's motion.
Yeah.
So you can't have your cake and eat it too on that, in my opinion. And there was one more point. Oh, sorry. Pav actually made a video mocking me for discussing with Eddie about Bicca Barlow. And it was really good natured. It was good. It was good natured. It was, okay. It was fine. I'm not offended by it.
Sure.
He disagreed and he made a video. I mean, he's got a channel and that's all fair and well.
Right.
I've spoken to him since in the chat, and it's all good.
Yeah.
But I also think that my theory that Bicca didn't really have a problem with Turvey and they would still be friendly and she wouldn't want to publicly admonish him, but she was forced to sign on for other reasons. That now carries a lot more weight. You know what I'm saying? Along with how could Turvey be a bad guy if this was all planned out to exonerate Bryan and they're practically quoting him word for word?
Yeah.
Clearly they're going to be using his comments as part of this motion, right? They're going to be calling him. They're going to ask him to say. Now, the reason I'm skeptical, I think I'm not going to be the only one. I'm sure a lot of you guys in the chat and probably on the panel are going to say, would Ann Taylor really agree to allow claims that she threatened his life to get him to plead guilty and lied to him and withheld evidence?
That's my problem with it. And I'll go ahead, Jesse, and then I'll put my.
I can sign up to this as 3D chess and it's all planned out, but I don't think that's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to for her to be thrown under the bus so much. And again, maybe I'm wrong. That's just my opinion. Pav's a genius. Eddie's a genius. I'm just a guy here drinking wine, but we'll see how it plays out, because for a guy that doesn't read documents and drinks a lot of wine, somehow I just luck into being right. Quite. In fact, you could say I've made a career doing it. So I don't know. I guess lucky. I guess.
I'll go even further. I think Pav is completely off the ball here with thinking that this is all a grand master scheme of Ann Taylor, simply because what Bryan is alleging could land Ann Taylor in prison.
It would, certain aspects could. I agree with that. And that's kind of, was that all you were saying, bud? I'll wait till you're done to put my point out.
Well, and Bubbles brought up a good point in the chat. Ann
Yes.
Taylor was dead quiet about Cyree, and
Right.
he went further off the reservation than Brent Turvey ever did.
Yeah, I agree.
And on top of that,
he went so far out of his wheelhouse that he should have been called out, to be honest with you. Yes.
Yeah, I was genuinely surprised that he wasn't. I really thought Ann Taylor was going to come out and say something like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, of course,
you just
right.
sat there and trashed my client that I hired you to defend.
But
what the hell?
I will say, and I'll say this based out of something Eddie would probably say, because I agree with this. If she would have done that, we all know that she would have been like attacked immediately and trashed and destroyed per se. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why she didn't, but I still expected to see it because Cy was way, way out of his wheelhouse at that point. And even further, I agree with, even further than Turvey was, I think. And it's like, okay, what's the deal here? Why is what's good for the goose is good for the gander? It should be, you know what I mean? So just saying, but we're going to get back to the video. No worries.
Well,
but I want to go ahead.
I was just going to say, in my opinion, Brett Turvey, he kind of stayed within his umbrella. He may have went to the edge a little bit, but he still stayed on the umbrella. Cyree went all over the place.
I think at this point you have to say that Brent Turvey is justified in the realm of being a whistleblower, which is what I said right from day one. I used the term whistleblower, I think, before most did, and that, while it's inappropriate for him to be doing some of the things he was doing, if he's doing it in as a whistleblower, it then justifies everything. And at this point, he is justified, in my opinion.
I get it. I've seen a lot of people say that too, and I can see why. I'm on the fence with a lot of this, you guys, at this point. I am not 100%. I can't 100% agree with Jesse, but at the same time, I'm very much questioning Ann Taylor now, okay, because of what Bryan, in his own words, said. Now, is it possible Bryan doesn't know about this? What Ann's plan, if this is a grand plan, okay, is it possible Bryan doesn't know about that? I find that very hard to believe because I would imagine Bryan would have to be on board for this to play out the right way, to understand it, okay, and not to screw it up. So it's hard to believe, but I know what I've seen from Taylor in the past. Do I believe that she could pull something like this off? She could. Now, here's the reason why I kind of believe that she would do something like this. And it was brought to the table by Cy himself, again, when he said that whole thing about, I believe there's going to be another bite of the apple, blah, 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 because Ann did point out when she stood up and said, Your Honor, there's no way that I can successfully defend my client unless I get this continuance, period. So, and she put that on the record, okay, before the whole plea and everything happened. And then, boom, right after that, the plea happened. So it makes me think, and I'm just keeping my open mind. You guys know me. I'm all over the place. I'll think about everything and wait till I see something to kind of finish it off for me. So I'm wondering here's my problem with it. Let me tell you that too, that it does make her look bad. It does put her in a bad light. And who would do that to themselves to defend somebody else? Now, is she that? Here's the question. Is she that, dedicated to what she's doing with Bryan Kohberger? It's possible. But is it possible that she's also not? Yes, it is. And that's why I'm on the fence with this. It's very hard to see the light on both ends, if that makes any sense. That's my problem. Now, it's very hard for me to say this is that grand, to agree with Pav. This is one thing I would have to say that I'm very close to disagreeing with him completely on. But we could be wrong, and this could be something like that. I just can't, you know, the she's playing chess thing makes you wonder, is this some kind of a huge grand plan? And if it is, God bless her, and damn, you are something else, Ann Taylor. It's just the way that Bryan worded things and the things he said makes it very hard to believe, is all I'm saying. Go ahead, what you were saying, Dylan.
I was just gonna say I think Ann Taylor's plan was to just kind of keep it quiet until they get past the deadline, and then withdraw.
That's what it looks like. It does look like that.
And
I think we
also-
should let Eddie speak. But
Yeah, I want to let Eddie put his 2 cents. Or
one very quick point, and I you guys will probably remember I said this right from day one, the day that he pled guilty. I said, why doesn't she just step down as his counsel? Just step down. That will buy you another 6 months. Hippler can't force a trial if he doesn't have an attorney. And if she walks away from it and they're forced to assign him another attorney, they can't expect that attorney to jump in and pick up right where we saw that with the Richard Allen case, right? When those attorneys were kicked off the case, that delayed everything. That would have been an easy way to buy 6 months of time, in my opinion, and it wouldn't involve tarnishing her name to the degree that it's been tarnished. And again, I just find it really hard to believe that she would allow the things that have been said about her now by her own client to be said. That said, I'm interested to hear what Eddie says.
Before Eddie says anything, let me say this or ask this question. What if this all plays out and she comes to the table then and says, okay, this is what the plan was the whole time. This is what I wanted to happen. Now, I know people will be like, yeah, right. Of course you're going to say that. But what if it is? What if she does that? Okay, that's all I'm saying. But anyway, go ahead, Eddie. I'm very curious as to what your thoughts are. Unless we need to continue with the video more before you want to speak on it.
Yeah, if I had anything to say, I would say I'm ready to press on with the video some more.
Okay, that's what I was kind of wondering, but we will definitely do that. On we go.
Every day, and they're perplexed by it. Blows my mind. But remember, we're a little bit more advanced in this community, and that's not to brag, it's the truth. And when we look at all this, I need y'all to look at it with me, not even from a perspective of chess, because to really comprehend everything that I'm about to explain, you got to understand, we're not playing chess here. We're playing 3D chess. It's a step above. Pay close attention. Now, one of the things that Kohberger is able to do, and it really depends on how this law is interpreted. I've had it interpreted 20 different ways now, really 2 different ways, 20 different times. And that is how many days that Kohberger told by filing his post-conviction relief. And what that means is for an additional filing chance for habeas corpus, right? So this is where I'm at on this, but it could be that the habeas corpus expires July 23rd, 2026. But I believe this is the correct timeline under the AEDPA and the Idaho law. And that is, since there was a judgment of conviction on July 23rd, 2025, the appellate rule 14 gives 42 days for you to file an appeal. And that extends the window out even for post-conviction relief. Therefore, the post-conviction relief deadline would be September the 3rd to the 4th September of 2026. So essentially, by filing his post-conviction relief before the deadline, every day that's left, if he doesn't get his post-conviction relief granted, gives him that many days told to file for habeas corpus. And he's okay either way. Here's why. Because in his affidavit for post-conviction relief, he actually did this at the prison, dated it and signed it July 22nd, 2026. So he dates and signs it on the 22nd, hands it to the prison personnel. Hopefully he got some kind of documentation that he handed it to him on the 22nd, because he will need that, because what they did was likely just mail it to the county clerk. So by doing that, though, he tolls 43 days on the federal clock for habeas corpus, or at the very least 1 day. If the ruling ends on July 23rd, 2026, he filed post-conviction relief on the 22nd. So at the very least, he told 1 day for for habeas corpus. At the very best, he told 43 days. But we'll talk about this here in just a second. Now, the summary of everything that we can't get, but apparently people on X can, shows that his post-conviction relief post to the summary on the 27th, along with his affidavit in support of appointment of counsel that posted on the 27th as well. And when you go to those documents for post-conviction relief and for the motion to appoint counsel, the clerk dated them July 27th, 2026. I've researched this thoroughly. Once the clerk received his petition, that's when they put the date on there, but the date that actually goes towards his original filing and the tolling days for habeas is the date that he actually handed it to the prison personnel to be mailed off. Hopefully he got documentation of that. Should have been July 22nd, which would give him at the very least 1 day, at the very most 43. So I hope that's not clear as mud. But so he filed a petition for an appellate attorney. And this is what I was talking about, right? He files for post-conviction relief. He has to do that himself. His current attorneys can't do that for him because it would look really bad for them helping him fill out a filing for ineffective counsel. Okay. But he files a petition for an appellate attorney. That appellate attorney is only to help him with the post-conviction relief process. Now, that appellate attorney, if the post-conviction relief process fails, could continue to help him in appeals after that on that particular process. But if he was to win the post-conviction relief, that appellate attorney goes away. They're no longer going to be likely his attorney for the trial. So that's where everybody gets really confused on this stuff. And this is where it gets really important to pay attention. Also, an appellate attorney, once he is granted one, which I believe he will be, they have the ability to add to his petition. All right. So his petition that he filed was bare bones. The appellate attorney has the ability to add certain things to that petition that, as I'm going to show you, will need to be added. So that's all the documentation on both of those filings. Now, this is interesting, and this is what Kohberger put out in the public statement. This was basically to all of us. And he said over a year later, it's self-evident that in the State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. And absolutely it wasn't. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed. Right. Not one piece is unsealed and actually shown any evidence towards Kohberger. And the public demands the truth. And when he talks about the public, he's talking about everybody in the true crime community that keep an open mind, not the public that are closed-minded and don't want the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises that were never challenged at trial. Circumnavigated by a broken plea. Now, this is Kohberger actually giving a shout out to Chris Whitcomb's book. So I
pause that, Daigle, right there.
Whitcomb and Turner.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I agree with that. What Pav just said. I think he's making a connection to Bryan's sentence here, that within the sentence contains the title of the book, which is Broken Plea.
Right.
So maybe I'm being too literal here, but
well,
I don't know if that is what he means. If that is what Bryan means, if it's a shout out to the book, in other words, because wouldn't then Broken Plea be capitalized?
And Taylor's
if
reputation.
He wanted us to view it that way. I mean it could be that right. If that was like, an important, I guess,
it was based,
to convey.
And Taylor's reputation should be viewed in the lens of her actions.
Well, there we agree on something, Jesse.
It's sarcasm, Eddie, because that's, of course, what the exact words she used to admonish Turvey. So that's why I use it.
I feel that Bryan may have been sent a copy of this book by his family, possibly. And I know he stated it in the writing that he did, handwritten thing or whatever it was. Now, and I know how you feel about Chris Whitcomb. A lot of us do in some aspects. I'm kind of partial now because of things that I was told that are coming to fruition. I'm a little bit more welcoming, I guess you could say, than I was for a little while.
The chat's going mental, pointing out that everybody in chat seems to be echoing the sentiment that it's not just the title of the book. It's practically word for word quoting Turvey about the hair in the hand.
Yeah. He did basically word for word quote Dr. Turvey, which is another issue. But That, which is something I would imagine he probably pulled from the book, because the hair is one of the main things that he put forth. So I don't know. I know what you're saying though, Eddie, and I get it.
Right,
It
and
could,
not to, I guess, cover the same ground twice, but again, that it can be taken two different ways. Circumnavigated by a broken plea, meaning the book, or by his own situation, his broken plea deal. Right? There's two ways to, I guess, interpret that.
right.
Does that make sense? Can you see that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It does make sense to me. I believe it.
And I don't know which one it is, I guess is what I'm saying.
I mean, let me make a statement real quick here. And I'm going to say this once and once only. I know my mods have already said it. And I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can. I do not, and I repeat, I do not allow other creators, especially creators that we follow, support, so on and so forth, to be disrespected in here. I won't do that. Okay? If you do not like them, I understand that. If you don't support them, I understand that. But please do not make negative statements or derogatory statements about them within the chat. It's just not something I stand for nor support. As much as most of these creators would not allow that to happen for me in their chats as well. So that's all I'm asking. Very respectfully, please do not make negative or derogatory comments about anybody that's a creator. That there's a certain few people out there that I don't even consider to be creators. That's a different situation. There's a few names that are completely different and off the range with this, but Pavarotti and people like that, if you disagree, I understand it. I respect it. I do. There's things with Pav that I disagree with too, but please do not make, like I said, negative or derogatory comments about that, because my moderators know what they do. They do it well, and they will just remove you. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, I'm sorry, Eddie. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, bud.
So I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I think I might be onto something. Because, okay, so the first word, circumnavigated. So what is circumnavigated? Well, it's the trial that never happened, right?
Well, yeah.
Well, so circumnavigated by a broken plea, the trial never produced the public the clarity. So to me, that means that it's his situation of his bad plea deal, not the book. How can the book, circumnavigating the book, never provided the public the clarity? That doesn't make sense, I guess. So
I would say that he's not using it in that context.
And
he's not referring to the book. He's it's like a metaphorical shout out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a literal referring to. Is
that what you were saying, Eddie? That it wasn't a literal, like.
So Jesse's point is that it could be a shout out to the book.
Oh, okay.
I think that's I'm actually saying that. Sorry, that's not my point. I believe that's Pav's point.
Pav's point. Okay.
I believe that's Pav's
point. Well, if that was, I think he wouldn't you capitalize then the broken plea? I don't know. We might be spending too much time on it, and sometimes I can be guilty of that, trying to understand stuff.
I think he's just calling the plea for what it is, a broken plea. It just so happened to be the title of the book. It would be typical terminology for people that are in Bryan's educational classes.
That could be too, yeah.
So I could see Bryan using that kind of terminology and not necessarily meaning the book.
And I agree that could be it. It just coincidentally happened, but Bryan does almost word for word kind of like retrace certain things Turby said, which are in the book. So that's a little, I don't know, guys. It can go either way, in my opinion, is all I'm saying. It doesn't. I don't think it makes much of a huge difference here, but still.
But still, thanks for pausing and
No, of course, Eddie. Everything.
Understand it.
No, absolutely, and that's what this is all about. That's why we do this. So, and I appreciate Jesse, Dylan, and your thoughts on this 100%. So, yeah, like Tomboy said, that's kind of what I was wondering, is that maybe it's just a play on words. You know what I mean? Because of the situation, maybe. And like Dylan kind of said, either way, it's not. I don't think it has any effect on anything down the road. Welcome, Heather. Good to see you. And Rhode Island housewife. Good to see you both. It's been a while, but we'll see. Anyway, moving on.
Into the mix of everybody that's involved in this thing, y'all. If it's a backroom deal with many players, well, I believe Cy Ray, Turvey, Whitcomb, I believe they're all players in this, and Kohberger let us know that. So I will concede. Now, I've given them a lot of grief, but I will concede. The trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. So this is him with a public statement letting the public know he wants to withdraw his plea. So all those people out there that demanded the death penalty and were very upset with the plea deal on the guilter side, especially the families like the Gonzalez, should be jumping for joy and screaming at the top of their lungs, yes, let's go to trial. That's what they've always asked for. I've noticed that's not what they're saying now. They try to act like they're saying it, then they take it back away real quick and say they don't want to cost taxpayers in Idaho any more money, which then makes me think about all the money talk here lately. But I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea, welcome the state the opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to, again, file for the death penalty. He says, bring it on and bring your death penalty on with it. My actual innocence is my truth. Yep, it's our truth as well, Kohberger, because we've done the work. And the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence and continue to critically analyze the case. And don't worry, we will analyze it until every last thread is overturned. I send my love to my family who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence. We always knew Kohberger's family believed that he was innocent, and we had to pick up breadcrumbs along the way until finally we were absolutely slapped in the face with statements they made that they could never believe Kohberger did it. So that was a message to all of us, letting us in on some things. Thank you, Kohberger, for doing it. But here's where it gets down to the nitty gritty, y'all, because there are steps to this. Now that Kohberger has filed for post-conviction relief, step one of that is to get an evidentiary hearing. Without an evidentiary hearing, then the post-conviction relief will be denied. The judge that is going to rule on this, and it's about 99%, is going to be Hippler himself.
And I want to stop here for a quick second because I want to discuss this just for a minute. Okay. And I'm curious everybody's take on this too. We all know, yes, Hippler has to allow or disallow this to happen. And me personally, I'm going to say this myself. Me personally, I hope that Hippler disallows it. Okay. Because if he disallows that, it gives Bryan the ability to appeal it and shoot it to the federal courts, which is what I think needs to happen to get the hell away from Baltimore here himself, okay? This is my opinion. Now, do I think he will do that? No. And we spoke about that on Crimes After Dark last night. I don't think he will. And here's why. I think that Stephen Hippler is a control freak and that he will, because he presided over this initially, and it would show the mistakes that he made. I believe that he will hold on to this, that he will allow for this, and he will be fully involved in this so that he can control this once again to the hilt. This is my opinion. Jesse, Eddie, and Dylan, I really want to know your thoughts on this, what you think, and what you're on both aspects that I spoke on. I think
Hippler is screwed either way. If I agree that he may try to accept it to keep it in his control. Mm-hmm. But I mean, the eyes are on him now. I mean, a lot of people have read the book, and if Hippler is aware that Ann Taylor is actually playing 3D chess, and she's got ex-FBI agents with current FBI agent friends writing books, and Turvey, if that's all coordinated the way Pav says, Hippler's going to have a tough time getting out of this, and every move he makes will be scrutinized. And all his bias will be under a microscope. So I think either way, shit's going to hit. I think shit's going to, maybe I'm seeing it with rose colored glasses, but I think shit's going to hit the fan either way. But I'm skeptical that this is actually 3D chess, because Occam's razor, to me, there would be better ways to do it. Also, what was I going to? I think you said this last night, and I agree with this, Diego, you said it on Crimes After Dark. When you go back and see Ann Taylor's moves, there's a lot of questionable things she did, a lot of questionable moves she made. We made excuses for it, and we tried to reconcile with the move, saying she's got a plan. She's got a plan.
Right.
And maybe those do fit in this, but you know what? They also fit with her being dirty.
They do. And you can see it
that as well. So,
I agree. Absolutely, Jesse. You can see it through both directions, guys, without even failing. You can look at it like Jesse said. You can look at it on the aspect, and we did do that. I said from the day that he took the plea, there's a plan. There's a plan. There's a plan. There's a plan. You guys know that. I'm not going to ever deny that. I said that from day one. He took a plea, and we were like, what the fuck is going on? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes. There's a plan. That's been my thought. Until Bryan himself spoke on this, and I went, wait a minute now. And I'm not saying I fully disagree and think that this may not be part of the plan. It just bothers me, and I'm just questioning the other side of it as well. So yes, you can see it through both types of glasses. I fully agree with you, Jesse. I'm sorry.
So Occam's razor is that the simplest explanation is usually the correct one, and Occam's razor doesn't suggest this is 3D chess, because the simplest explanation is
I get it.
And Ann's just dirty, and I don't think that's disputable. That doesn't. Occam's razor is not 100%, and I'll be the first one to tell you that. So I'm not saying that that's evidence, but the fact of the matter is 3D chess does not line up with Occam's razor. I'm just saying that right now.
I get it. I respect that. I do. Eddie or Dylan, whoever has anything to say before we go forward. Any more thoughts on what I mentioned, what I think?
Yeah, Diego, that was very insightful, and I would have never thought of that possibility. But yeah, I think that might just be how it turns out, because Hitler will want control to, like he's done up to this point. He has, this thing is like, it has to go a certain way, and everyone is on board with this thing, and they all cover for one another. And if he retains control of this, then they'll continue to be able to do that.
Agreed. And that's I agree with you, Jesse, or sorry, Eddie. That's part of why I feel like this has to stay in his court. No, I was going to say keeping the ball in his court, no pun intended, but there is a pun. So again, I truly believe that he will very possibly approve this to keep full control of this and have himself fully involved in this, to be able to.
Dangerous game, though.
It is, absolutely, Jesse, 100%. It's scary. It is very dangerous, because he can be, he can get caught in it. I'll just put it that way. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
But I disagree with that, Jesse.
You think?
And what you said is, it's hard to keep my finger on the point, because you move from point to point. But I disagree on that point, because that is in like a normalized world, but this is like reverse reality, upside down world, and nothing is predictable, and it doesn't matter if it's illogical, and he's not concerned. I mean, to one of your points that you said earlier that I kind of go and take exception with is, he's not going to want to be under the lens and scrutinized, and all eyes are going to be watching him, and he's got to watch his step. That hasn't given him any pause yet. He has been, well, we know how he's been, and that he's not abashed by doing that. So we can expect that he'll continue to do so without any accountability or fear of being held accountable. No, let me ask you this, who's going to criticize him and call it out? Mainstream media, you think?
Well, somebody asked the other day that, will anything happen to the bad actors? And I said, absolutely not.
No,
I don't think anybody's going to go to jail for this or suffer any real true consequences for this. But, and I think the most likely to is Ann Taylor, because they're going to protect the prosecution more than they're going to protect. If they have to sacrifice somebody, she's probably going to be the one that they would choose to sacrifice. But at this point, I think Hitler is fine and safe. And if he kicks this to the appeals court and they appeal, and he might look bad, but he's not going to get in over his head. I think the only chance that Hitler has of actually getting in over his head is by trying to control this more, trying to do damage control.
He's got to do his part. They all do their part. And we've seen thus far that they are willing to do their part. They wouldn't begin this unless they're able to, they know they have the confidence to see it through to the end.
Well,
and that's what they're doing.
How could they predict 3D chess involving a ex-FBI agent who writes a book, a guy who used to write for the New York Times? And, I mean, if Pav's theory about 3D chess is correct, and I don't necessarily think it is, this is a formidable opponent for even the power base, because this is the power base. When you talk about media, New York Times affiliated authors who used to be FBI agents coordinating with other professionals, this becomes a far more formidable opponent than just one legally appointed attorney defending a guy with a disability.
In your opinion, and like I said moments ago about the, is there a hidden message? He's trying to say broken plea. Is that the title of the book? And I can see it. Sometimes I spend too much time on the point. I think our time on this point has expired.
Oh no, I agree.
I can't answer the question. I don't know. To your question, how could Hitler have foreseen these ex-FBI agents?
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. I can't answer that. So
let me throw into that real fast before we do move on, though. I do agree with that point, but if this is what it is, okay, the grand plan that this whole thing is, not within, but the outside of this, okay, the case in itself, I believe that they thought this was all going to go by the wayside the way it should have, smooth and clean, and it would just be done and over with. Obviously, it didn't. And like I've been saying, guys, I've made a statement before that there's cover-ups for the cover-up of the cover-up. There's multiple cover-ups here, obviously, to cover up the mistakes that are made as they're trying to cover it up. So I just want to put that point out before we go forward. That's how I see it. Go ahead, Jesse.
So one more thing. I don't know if you guys heard this, but in the last few days, the medical examiner in Utah has resigned. There's been quite a few people in high up places in law enforcement and surrounding the hospital that were involved in the Charlie Kirk situation. A lot of them have resigned. And the reason for resigning is because you smell a shitstorm coming. I think they smell a shitstorm coming in that case. And I think if you don't smell a shitstorm, if you're involved in this and you don't smell a shitstorm coming, you better get your nose checked.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Like I said, I don't want to be standing anywhere near the fan because it's coming. It is coming. I didn't expect this, but this is going to open up a lot of doors, in my opinion. So,
no.
And I hope it does. I hope it does. Go ahead, Dylan.
Now, I think Judge Hitler, he's going to take it. He's going to take this on for the sole purpose of covering his own ass. As long as he can control it, he can cover his own ass.
I agree with you, sir.
What's the best way for him to do that, Dylan? In your opinion,
for him to take full control of this, and now that there's a lot of documents out, and he knows that America is closer to 50-50 on this than the first time around. And so what I think is going to end up happening is he's going to take control of this case. He's going to be a lot more down the middle than what he was during the preliminary.
To cover his own ass.
See, I think the best way for them to cover their own asses is to let him out on a technicality, blow the case, let it go, or offer a plea the same way they offered the plea for the Memphis 3. To avoid the shit really leaking out, is to basically concede and let Bryan get away.
That's something that I brought up last night that I could see actually happening. To just to shut it down, to avoid everybody being brought into light. Just let him out, which is not what I want. I don't want that to happen, you guys. I
Could
want
be an
there to be
Alfred plea or whatever.
yeah, something like just let him
And
out
that
and shut it down real quick. That way nothing gets out. That I could see happening. And I don't want that to happen. I want there to be a trial because we need to see all that. And that's what I hope happens. But
there
yes,
won't be a trial. There can't be because they have nothing on him.
well, of course there's not. There's not, and it's going to be if there is a trial. Tomboy brought this to my attention yesterday when she's brought it to my attention a long time ago. She's absolutely right. There are things here, and I kind of have to agree with you, Eddie. There are things here that are going to bite these people in the ass hard. Bill Thompson making the statement that he couldn't put Bryan in the house when he made that statement. The lead detectives making the statements they did at the end of this. All of those things that were said. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Do you realize the shitstorm that could create now if this goes into trial? Which is why I don't believe they'll allow it to, and which is my biggest worry is that they're just going to set him free on it, like Jesse said, on a technicality, and it'll be done. Wash it and shut it down, which is what they want.
Yeah.
I don't want that. We need to see this trial, but I agree with Eddie. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they will. I think they'll set him free, folks.
That's their best move. Is
sadly
we had to. There's a he fell through the cracks. He was able to,
I wonder if
wiggle his way out of the justice system. And there's a killer on the loose. We still maintain he did it.
That would be the problem with it. Yes.
They're gonna incite the angry mob with their pitchforks and pikes.
And that's what I worry about, because if that happens, you guys know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen to Bryan Kohberger.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna have to go into WITSEC or some stupid shit like that because somebody's gonna try to take him out. We already know that. I pray to God it goes to trial, Kim. I really do, but I'm really nervous it won't because of what we just said. So,
well, here's the thing. If they just let him out, then they're still gonna catch hell for it, and as I said, the ball is in Hitler's court. Hitler is going to do what's best for Hitler. And if that is going to trial and calling this down the middle, then so be it. Then that means the prosecution goes under the bus, MPD goes under the bus, ISP, and Hitler comes out clean.
Or
Hitler's
he goes
court.
under the bus too, Dylan, because if he throws them under the bus, guess who gets thrown under the bus? Somebody will throw him under the bus.
I just want to let everybody know, I bet you the prediction markets will have odds on whether this case will go to trial. And if you want to make a little bit of money, I would do a parlay. Will the Tyler Robinson case and the Bryan Kohberger case go to trial? No. A parlay. Neither one of the cases go to trial. Probably pay out pretty handsomely, actually.
All right, on we go.
Hippler, the Ada County District Court, 4th Judicial District, is the most likely judge to rule on the petition under 1949-07. And since he is still holding his seat and he's active, they will absolutely have Judge Hippler rule on this, which I think is an interesting part because I believe Hippler was in on it with everybody else in the deal behind the closed doors. Everybody else is probably going to think I'm crazy, but hold on to those thoughts for just a second. Because here's what happens, and this is why the evidentiary hearing and winning the post-conviction relief is so important. Because if Hippler was to rule against it, right? If the district court denies it, including by summary dismissal without an evidentiary hearing, he just takes it and denies it. That denial is appealable. So what that means is just because the judge denies it doesn't mean that Kohberger can automatically file for habeas corpus. They have to actually exhaust every option. So if he denies it, that means he will then have to appeal to the Court of Appeals in Idaho, and then they deny it, and then he'd have to appeal to the Idaho Supreme Court. They deny it, and then he would have the ability to file habeas corpus. So my point is, if the PCR claim is not upheld, then we are looking at years before he can even file habeas corpus. So everything is contingent on an evidentiary hearing. And that's why I say it's so important for you Ann Taylor haters out there to open your eyes and shut your mouth and listen to what I'm saying in this. Because here's what will happen based on what Kohberger has put in his post-conviction relief filing. You see, Kohberger did not add any evidence to his filing. It's just his statements at this point. So in step one, to get the evidentiary hearing, Kohberger is going to have to provide evidence to back up his claims, which means he's going to have to provide some type of documentation proving his claims or affidavits from.
Did one of you guys say something? No? Okay.
Witnesses to back up his claims. Now, affidavits from his family, who he said was actually there during most of this, may be enough to at least get an evidentiary hearing, but likely not. And here's why. Because if he provides affidavits to back up his claims just from his family members, the judge is going to require that whatever counsel that he's referring to that was involved in this coercion actually supply an affidavit of their own. And if the affidavit that they supply is in contrast to Kohberger's claims, you can bet money Judge Hippler would dismiss it with a summary dismissal, and then that long years and years and years process begins. That's why I say this has to be a plan by all parties involved from the beginning. And I think the person that explains actually this better than anybody is Steve G's attorney. I'm not kidding. He really explains this very well. If the defense team was to fight back and this wasn't an inside deal, here's how easy it would be for them to get it dismissed.
An ineffective assistance of counsel. I've had, defendants claim it all the time. And then you have to just basically develop your own affidavit and said, I talked with them about the facts of the case. I went through the discovery on the case. I advised them of what the options were. We were ready for trial. They chose to take the plea. I advised them on the plea and all the things that go with the plea. I advised them about jail and what that looked like and any credit for time served or programs they could be available for. And my client decided to take the plea.
So for you Ann Taylor and team haters out there, know that all they have to do is file an affidavit and say they advise counsel accordingly in all matters, and the judge will absolutely dismiss it without an evidentiary hearing. But if Opav's prediction is correct, and it's the same prediction that I've been making this entire time, I will point out that I have been proven correct on Kohberger filing the post-conviction relief. And many people wanted to argue against that daily, that it would never happen. Yeah, okay, it happened. Not tooting my own horn, but y'all know, y'all been with me. But I've also said that this was a plan. So for this to work.
Yes, sir.
I would like to applaud Pavarotti for conceding that he was wrong about Turvey. I had not noticed that the first time I watched this video. But I also would like to take exception to his verbiage.
Right.
When he says to all you Ann Taylor haters. I think that's a little bit strong based on what we've seen, based on what has happened. How can you expect? I mean, it's one thing for Pav to recognize 3D chess when he sees it, but for the layman or for the average human to jump to the first conclusion that she must be playing 3D chess, I think that's a bit of a tough ask.
Well, I do think he's speaking to a different group. There's levels in this. There's people that are absolute Taylor haters. There's people that are questioning her. That's me. And there's people that 100% support her. There's like levels in this. So I think he's speaking to the ones that are 100% against her no matter what. And then
I mean, I definitely don't consider myself an Ann Taylor hater.
Oh, right. I know you're not. No.
I'm looking at things. I'm noticing what I'm seeing. And I think I laid it out quite clearly. You could make these things fit with 3D chess, but you could also make them fit with her being corrupt or doing a terrible job. And the Occam's razor version is the latter. So, it doesn't mean that's the fact.
No. It's how you see it. Right. 100%. And that's why we do this, guys. That's why we're doing this today. We're having a discussion about these things. We're not here just to watch the video and ignore it. We're here to talk about it, break it down, and have that conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
And I remain more committed to getting to the truth than I am about being right. So it's not. And I think in order for us to be objective, we all have to be objective and be more committed to getting to that final destination of the truth than we are defending our positions, I think.
Agreed.
That means one of these three, and it only has to be one, will do what I call falling on the sword. One of them's going to have to fall on the sword. And I don't know which one it is, because in Kohberger's affidavit, he just said counsel, counsel, counsel. He never said which one of the counsel it was. But one of these attorneys will need to fall on the sword. And this is where me and Steve G's attorney disagree wholeheartedly.
I don't think any of the defense attorneys in this case are going to fall on their sword and say, you're right. We were dumb. We didn't go over that with him. We were stupid. You should give him a new trial.
I disagree wholeheartedly. I believe it's exactly the opposite.
Yeah, there.
I can tell you, I will say the one that is absolutely not going to fall on that sword is going to be Becca Barlow.
I disagree.
I think she, of anybody, she's the least likely to.
I think she would be the one. I agree with
Most
Jesse.
likely. Most likely.
That's
I
what
was looking at this image and I'm thinking to myself, it's got to be Becca because she's the least invested in being an attorney, right?
That's my opinion too.
Just look at her. She's at an advanced age. She's how much longer is she going to be an attorney for? And she also seems like the most likely to pull a selfless act. As you know, I think Massoff has a very promising legal career. She's a very good attorney. Ann Taylor, very aggressive in her. She has a practice. I don't see her following, but Becca, she seems like the kind of person that would maybe be selfless enough to do that.
Isn't she? I heard somewhere that she was looking at retirement possibly, and that's why I thought that. Like, she would be the one, if anybody, within this crew to actually do that, if anybody did at all. So that's my opinion too.
Oh boy, does my Becca Barlow theory look even sweeter now?
Now, I will say the reason why I think Becca is least likely is because of her expertise in DNA. And this case settles on that touch DNA, and she's the one that can easily explain that away.
But she could still fall on the sword as an attorney and continue as an expert in DNA in it. In my opinion, I could be wrong about it, but if it's true, is all I'm saying.
I
don't know.
I don't know.
There's definite differences of opinion for sure, and it's okay.
Well, just based on the age alone, I mean, I just can you honestly see either of the other two falling on the sword? I mean, I can't.
I can't either, not at all. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense. Liza's an amazing attorney and has her future ahead of her, and definitely, could have her future ahead of her as well. Should, okay? If any of them do, folks, that's another thing. I don't honestly see anybody doing this, but if anybody had to, I would think it would be Becca. I agree. That's all I'm saying. So, and it's all pure speculation. We don't know. You know what I mean?
Dylan, you bring up a good point. But I do think everyone is expendable. They can always replace, a DNA expert with another. So, Jesse, surprisingly, there's two things we've agreed on today.
I think we agree on 90+% of everything, Eddie. There's just a few things, and like I said,
it's how you guys agree on it. Right. That's the difference. I agree. On we go.
Opposite of what he just said. I believe one of them is absolutely going to say that, and they're going to say it in their affidavit, and they're going to corroborate Kohberger's claims. Now, this is where every attorney out there, and especially the guilters, are going to say, are you crazy, Pav? No attorney would corroborate those claims because there would be serious repercussions for them, both professionally, financially, maybe even criminally, if they corroborated his claims. And that's where I do agree to a certain extent. When I say fall on the sword, I don't mean they're going to actually admit to the allegations, but there is a way for them to admit to the allegations, but indemnify themselves to a certain extent. And that's what I believe one of them will do. And again, as you go through Kohberger's actual filing here and what he has written, he never names any of the attorneys. He only names attorney-client discussions, counsel's failure to inform, through counsel, constituting threats and promises made to induce a plea agreement. He never says which one it is. So we can only guess at this point. One of them, though, I believe will fall on that sword. And here's how they'll do it. They can do a narrow, non-intentional framing of any admission. Instead of admitting deliberate coercion, fabrication, or advice to commit perjury, the attorney could limit testimony or just simply produce an affidavit to less damning points, such as confirming that the hair evidence existed, was received by the defense, and was not fully disclosed with the client, if that is accurate and documented, which it is. Acknowledging that certain discussions with the client and family occurred and that specific topics, death row conditions, risks of trial, benefits of the plea were covered. Stating that in hindsight, the explanation of death row conditions or the comparative risks was incomplete, based on secondhand information, or could have been clearer. Admitting a communication failure, strategic misjudgment, rather than intentional misconduct. I believe at the time the advice was appropriate. Looking back, I should have ensured the client fully understood. This kind of limited concession can still corroborate key factual elements of the petition. Existence of the evidence, content of discussions, presence of family, without a full confession of coercion or subordination of perjury. Courts and disciplinary authorities treat, in hindsight, I was ineffective statements far more leniently than admissions of deliberate wrongdoing. That's how they'll fall on the sword. And when I say fall on the sword, I mean it will remove them from ever being able to be part of the case if it is put back to trial status. We'll talk about that more in a minute. But that on its own should be enough to gain an evidentiary hearing. That, along with affidavits from Kohberger's family. See, the net effect on the chances of relief, and I've been working on this nonstop, y'all. No corroboration beyond petitioner's affidavit, high chance of summary dismissal. That's just on getting an evidentiary hearing. Approximate effect on chances of full relief, plea vacated, very low. Add in limited attorney corroboration, objective facts plus in hindsight language, it greatly improved the chance of the evidentiary hearing. You add in affidavits from Kohberger's family along with that, and I believe it will be enough to grant an evidentiary hearing. However, even with all of that, the chances of getting full relief granted with just that is still low to low moderate. Something else has to happen. And you know, it's the great Yoli who figured this out, I think, a year ago, that will end up having the major impact and put this thing overboard. You see, Kohberger will need one of the attorneys to fall on the sword and partially corroborate his claims. And then once he's assigned his appellate attorney for the post-conviction relief process, that appellate attorney will need to add an impaired mental state to the current claim because Kohberger didn't add it in his own claim. That's what gets us to a new trial. And here's why. Because during the time of the plea deal, Kohberger's attorneys, even the state, had multiple doctors do multiple psychiatric and mental evaluations of Bryan Kohberger, and he was officially diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder level 1, obsessive compulsive disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. Now, I know some people will say, well, he was also diagnosed with dexterity issues, and he was, but that doesn't affect mental status. But all of these do. And Judge Hippler was very aware of all of these. And Judge Hippler, although very thorough in the plea hearing, when he went through the colloquy, as they call it, the colloquy where he says, has anybody promised you anything? Did you commit these crimes? Or, I mean, are you admitting to this at your own free will because you did do it? All that stuff is the colloquy. And everybody wants to point that out, all the mainstream morons.
Idaho courts generally presume a plea is valid if the judge conducted a thorough plea colloquy, which is what we see in the video that I showed you earlier in this clip, which I will show you when I post this, which is him questioning him. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? That's the colloquy.
So yes, the judge did conduct a thorough colloquy, but he left out one thing, and Yoli figured this out. You see, when you combine the effect on the petition, take it all together, especially with the autism spectrum disorder level 1 diagnosis, These contemporaneous evaluations provide solid medical grounding for amended claim that the petitioner's mental condition at the time of the plea impaired his ability to enter a fully knowing, voluntary, and intelligent plea, and or counsel performed deficiently by failing to ensure the conditions were adequately accounted for in the plea process, or by failing to request a more thorough judicial inquiry once the diagnosis were known to the court. Because the evaluations existed before the plea, were known to the defense, and were disclosed to the judge, yet not explored in the colloquy, they are far more persuasive than a later expert simply offering a retrospective opinion, which means the defense knew about the mental conditions, the judge was aware of it, they did not ask the judge to expand on it, and the judge did not expand on it in his colloquy, as Yoli pointed out a year ago.
There was evidence in the record from mental health professionals who had diagnosed Bryan Kohberger as being on the autism spectrum disorder, having obsessive compulsive disorder, and some kind of neurological coordination disorder. So I question whether the judge had an obligation to ask Bryan Kohberger, are you aware that you've been diagnosed with such and such? And Bryan Kohberger would say yes, hopefully. And then the judge would ask, are these diagnoses in any way affecting your ability or affecting your decision to plead guilty in this case? And I would like to know the answer to that, because obsessive compulsive disorder is an anxiety disorder. They have intrusive thoughts, compulsive behaviors, and in reading the documents that have just been released by the Idaho Police Department, one of the interviews with one of the people who were housed with Bryan Kohberger in the cell next to him was annoyed. He said the only thing that was annoying was Bryan Kohberger's habits. He would wash his hands like dozens of times a day, take long showers. Well, those are indicative of obsessive compulsive disorder. And these people who have obsessive compulsive disorder, they need certainty. That they can't handle uncertainty. And so it could possibly have some kind of effect on his pleading guilty just to just relieve the anxiety, because obsessive compulsive disorder is an anxiety disorder. So those are the things that I question, and I try to ask these things when certain channels have criminal defense attorneys on their panel, and I try to ask about the OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, because people focus on the autism spectrum disorder and they say it's not an intellectual disorder, it's a social disorder, and I agree. Bryan Kohberger had a social disorder, he was awkward, but the obsessive compulsive disorder is a psychiatric disorder. And it seems to me, well, strike that. I just heard Nancy Grace having a mental health professional on the show that said, yeah, Bryan Kohberger is going to suffer because he sounds like he has obsessive compulsive disorder. Well, he does have obsessive compulsive disorder, and it's in the court record. So she said, but they'll medicate him. Well, not necessarily. He can refuse medication. And based on what the prisoner that was next to Bryan Kohberger that said he was constantly washing his hands, it sounds like Bryan Kohberger is not medicated. He can refuse medication. So whether or not that should have been asked by the Judge Hippler about whether or not that would affecting his decision to plead guilty, whether or not that should have been asked, I don't know. But it is a psychiatric disorder, and it is in the court record. Whether you believe he has that or not, it's.
Yes, sir.
And I do want to add, this wasn't diagnosed on Bryan until after his arrest.
Well, okay. Let me make sure this is understood. These other things, yes, along with his autism spectrum disorder. He was also diagnosed at a younger age with the autism spectrum disorder, but the other things came out after the fact, from my understanding, along with it. So, agreed. You are right, correct, but there was a point, I can't remember when it was, that unless I was given wrong information, but I do believe he was diagnosed at one point when he was younger too, with that portion of all of this stuff. So I'll just say that.
It was my understanding that he wasn't diagnosed with everything until after his arrest.
With the other stuff, yes, but there was I can't remember where I found this out at, that he was diagnosed at a younger age with the spectrum on the spectrum. I'm sorry. And don't worry, I'm going to go look into that and try to find a verification of that for sure. That way we do know, but I was told that at one point. So
I got a question for Eddie.
Yes.
So, Eddie, I will just say that if indeed we see Bicca Barlow fall on the sword, I am willing to completely concede that you've been correct the whole time, and Pavarotti is a genius, and you, in turn, are also a genius. If we see that happen, it will become clear to me that you guys, the way that you guys are viewing this is clearly correct, and I was wrong about the 3D chess. I am willing to make that concession, but I in turn I ask of you, what would it take for you to change your mind about the discussion we had about Bicca Barlow and her true feelings towards Brent Turvey, when I speculated that her and Turvey are probably close, and I don't think that she actually believes that Turvey is a bad actor?
Okay, so
do you remember the conversation?
It's kind of like a two-part question, and it's got me.
Well, the first part isn't a question. The first part is a statement.
Yeah, right. Let me start with that because it's fresh in my mind. You and I have never. My position has never been that this is 3D chess. I guess this is kind of the message Pav is trying to convey here in this video this morning, for sure, undeniably. But at the very end, and I guess I'll do that early here. At the very end, I was just going to say to everybody concerning Ann Taylor, because this has been my position that you and I have kind of went back and forth on over the last couple months, is everyone just, what I would ask is everyone put down the pitchforks and pikes that are going so hard against Ann Taylor and Monday morning quarterbacking her. Because in the end, if you were right that she is a bad actor and she was in on this and she did Bryan wrong, well, then at least you can rest knowing that, you haven't gone on the record and have been maligning her, because you never look good trying to make someone look bad. But in the end, if you're wrong, and it turns out that it is in Bryan Kohberger's best interest, that Ann has, it's in Bryan Kohberger's best interest that Ann Taylor is, still backing him and doing well for him. Then how do you undo all that harm? Because your words matter and they carry weight. And believe me, with you, and when I say you, I mean you all. I always do. I mean you, plural. If you see, if you guys are not maligning, busy maligning and going after Ann Taylor, and you see that the mainstream media is, and you will, I predict that we will be seeing that quite a bit, then that's a clue. That in this case, especially, whatever the mainstream media is pushing hard, then the opposite is true. So they will be busy, I predict, maligning Ann Taylor and making her out to be just as criminal as Bryan Kohberger. Then,
or worse.
Or worse. So that's all I ask is just, proceed with caution. Mm-hmm. We don't know all the facts. We haven't heard her side of the story. So that's, I guess, to your first point.
I guess my point of view, I just want to reply to what you just said, because my point of view is that if this is all part of the plan, and her plan is to, whether we want to use the term 3D chess or not, but if this is all planned out the way that sort of Pav lays it out, or and maybe you have a different version, but I think she would expect us to throw her under the bus. I mean, I just don't think it's unreasonable to, based on Bryan just threw her under the bus. We just saw her own client throw his legal team, I know that he wasn't specific, didn't use her name per se, but he threw his legal team under the bus. Now, we could say, well, what does that mean? But I mean, in its simplest form, the information that we've been provided, it's very logical for us to come to the conclusion that Bryan didn't receive a great effort from his legal team based on the information that's being put forward to us. Now, could we or should we look a little bit deeper and maybe realize that there's a plan? I mean, maybe, but I don't see how we should be expected to make that leap. And I guess from my point of view, I'd rather be wrong in the way that in the approach that I'm taking now, because this is the more, like I said, Occam's razor, to go on a sort of a wild speculation of a grand scheme involving Turvey and Whitcomb and all these, it's a little bit, I love a good conspiracy and I'm not writing it off. I just don't think that should be my default position. My default position is Ann Taylor fucked this thing up. And I'm not going to apologize for that being my opinion. Even if I'm willing to be wrong. I'm not invested in being right, as I said. And that was my point. If this happens the way Pav is outlining here and the way Yoli's to see, especially gives it more weight to see Yoli say it, to see Pav say it. And if we now see one of these attorneys volunteer to fall on the sword, that's going to be an indication to me that maybe I am wrong, and maybe there's a good reason for me to sway my opinion to where you're at, but I don't think that that's where I'm at right now. I don't think based on the information I've been given, that's a little bit too much of a hope and a prayer for me. So that's my opinion.
I guess all I would say to that is just because we don't understand something doesn't mean that default is automatically, from our perspective with the limited.
And I'm not saying I'm right.
We have.
I'm just saying that the way I'm viewing it now is logical, and I should never be asked to apologize for the way I think the way I'm viewing this now. You can never ask me to apologize for this stance, because this is a logical stance to take. And if it turns out that I'm wrong, and I'm a big man about it and admit that I was wrong, what more could you ask from me?
I agree with that.
And that's again the olive branch that I'm sending to you. If we get this indicator that this theory is correct, I will be the first to jump out here and get on here and say you guys were right and I was wrong. That is what I'm saying. But the second part of my question to you was, what would it take for you, if you go back to our conversation about Bicca Barlow and me hypothesizing that it didn't make sense to me that Bicca was admonishing Turvey when she's the one that brought him in and they're great friends. And I felt that behind the scenes, there was a much more cordial relationship between Bicca and Turvey than what we were seeing publicly with her signing on for the admonishment. What would it take for you to change your stance on that?
I'm sorry. I just don't quite understand what I'm being asked. I don't understand the question.
We had a bit of a disagreement about it on the panel. And I guess your point was she signed it. So
right.
therefore she believes it. But at that point, we weren't thinking this whole thing was an act, and Turvey was actually a participant in this act that is all designed to benefit Bryan. But in retrospect, now that the theory has changed, I don't think, in order for this theory to be correct, Turvey has to be a good guy in this theory.
No, according to you, right? I mean,
well, I think Pav made that concession.
I'd have to listen to it again.
I guess, Eddie, I think what he's saying is what would it take for you to see either Ann or anybody in the defense team in a different light, I guess, under the lens of darkness, possibly, for lack of better terms.
Yeah. And that's the way I was hoping that Jesse would have asked the question. Cause I do understand that.
Let me rephrase to be more clear. When Turvey made his statement and Ann admonished him, I believe that your point of view was Turvey was out of line.
Yes.
It was inappropriate for him to make those comments.
Yes.
And my point was, if he's acting as a whistleblower, those comments are very appropriate. And if what he's saying is true and he's acting as a whistleblower, those comments are appropriate. You took the opposite, that those comments were never appropriate. and Anne was well within her rights for admonishing him. And then I brought up Becca Barlow, who apparently got him involved and suggested that I'd be interested to hear what she said. And then you told me she signed off on it. And I said, just because she signed off on it doesn't necessarily mean she agrees with it. And I still stand by that. And now if we find out it's all an act, well, clearly she didn't agree with it. In fact, Anne may not have agreed with it herself. I guess that's where I'm standing now. I don't know if anybody else is there with me.
Whew, this is so complicated. I'm really trying to grasp it all. And maybe on a different day I'll have the answer, but there's how many of us here? 635 people. I'm sorry. I can't.
All right. Well, we'll give it some thought. And
we'll
like I
cover
said,
it again, I'm sure.
if you can think back and sort of understand where I'm coming from on this.
I guess the first thing I would have to, I'd have to arrive at, Turvey is a whistleblower, and how does that ever get?
And you haven't arrived at that yet.
So, yeah, it's very complicated, and I appreciate your question, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I'll really try to help you understand when I can.
All right.
Sounds good.
In the court record. It's evidence in the court record.
Excellent job pointing that out, Yoli. And also, that should be enough, along with the falling on the sword, affidavits by Kohberger's family, along with adding the mental aspect to it and the fact the judge did not go through that in the colloquy. That should be enough to get this thing back to trial status. Once that happens, again, that appellate attorney is going to go away. They're brought on just for this post-conviction relief process. Then new counsel will be assigned to Kohberger. Now, when people hate on Ann Taylor and team, I got to tell them, it doesn't appear to me like Kohberger has the money to afford a attorney. So what would happen is he would be assigned a new attorney that would be another public defender, probably not even as good as his current public defenders. However, because only one of them had to fall on the sword, then Kohberger would be able to actually request the other two attorneys that are already very familiar with the case. And since so much money has already been spent on the defense and they're up to speed on it, I believe that they would absolutely be reappointed to the case, depending on which ones they were. So that is the procedure of what should take place. And remember, Cy Ray has an interesting point of view if this goes back to trial status. Let me remind you of what Cy Ray said in that interview with the custody queens. He said it gets back to trial status. They revisit the suppression ruling with the new U.S. Supreme Court ruling from Chatry. The IGG then gets suppressed. All the evidence becomes fruit of the poisonous tree. Case against Bryan Kohberger is dismissed, and it never actually goes to trial. That's what Cy Ray says. And I believe it was Cy Ray. For those of you that don't believe the defense team is actually involved in everything you're seeing right now, I think he made it clear in that interview what's going on.
Anybody who's like, I don't know what Ann Taylor's thinking is playing checkers while Ann Taylor's playing chess. Like, let her do her job. Anybody who's like, I don't know what Ann Taylor's thinking is playing checkers while Ann Taylor's playing chess. Like, let her do her job.
Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero.
So I just want to say that I actually hope I hope Pav's right. I hope you're right, because at the end of the day, I think that's the best for getting to the truth and getting to where we want to get to. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not cheering against you, Eddie, or Pav. I hope you guys are right. It's just that, like I said, I'm working with the information I have available to me. I see things the way I see them, and I'm totally willing to be wrong. And like I said, I'm kind of cheering against myself here, because this whole 3D chess thing, the whole concept and the way he laid it out, it made plenty of sense to me. And I hope he's right, but I still think it's a bit of a stretch too.
Yeah, I understand.
You're muted, Diego.
Sorry about that. I was just going to ask Eddie in the end of this all, what is your take on this whole thing and your thoughts and feelings, and what do you think the deal is as far as what Pav said and what we all been talking about?
It seems very reasonable, what this theory that we saw and listened to in the video makes sense. And again, it's a cautionary, I guess, message, because if Bryan Kohberger's best interest is to have Ann Taylor on his side, then what good is I guess going after her?
Okay. I get you.
I mean, I'm not making videos saying Ann Taylor is dirty or anything. I'm just offering my opinion on panels. It's not like I'm tweeting it out there.
No. My question is, though, Eddie, if that's the case, why did he motion to request new defense counsel?
Wasn't that covered in the video?
No, I think he has to do that. I think he has to frame it that way. I don't think he has to frame it in the way that he was threatened and lied to and all that. But
gotcha.
but again, if the plan is for Bicca or for one of them to fall on the sword, again, I think you and I, Dago, agree that Bicca would be the most logical choice because she doesn't quite have the legal career at risk that both the other two have. And she has other things to fall back on, and she's more, I am assuming she's about 10 years older than the other two.
Yeah. There's definitely an age difference there for sure. It would make sense, yeah.
So I'm assuming it would have to be Bicca if this theory is correct. And that's why I said if Bicca falls on the sword, all of a sudden this really looks plausible. But I think in order to advance things, yes, you sort of have to do that. But if they all signed up for this plan, they did so signing up for their reputations to be dragged through the mud for a little while. I think. I mean,
well, judging by their demeanor, you could read their expressions during that hearing, and they were miserable, and they did not appear to be, digging it. You could tell something was off just by reading the defense team. It's almost like reluctantly they were doing what they were doing for whatever reason we didn't know. But we have to trust that they knew, and it sucked, at that time, and that's the most we could derive from it. But you could tell that they weren't malicious. At least that was how I interpreted what I was seeing.
Good point.
Jesse, I did read your comment back a few moments ago. You said, I still think Bicca is tight with Turvey. See, I guess I have to ask you, where do you get that from, besides his own say-so?
She's the one that brought him on board, from what we understood.
Right.
That's him on to
that's the extent of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah. So that's why I'm confused, because that's hearsay. What if she loathes him, right? He's just name dropping, and she thinks he's ridiculous. Possibly, what if that? How can you go one way or the other? Because it could possibly be either extreme, right?
I guess it all goes back to what you think of Turvey. And I think right from the beginning, I think Turvey could have given us signals that he might be a flawed man. He might have an arrogance problem. He might have some flaws of character. But one thing that I saw from Turvey is he appeared to be honest. He didn't appear to be, I said this the other day. I'm a 50-year-old man. I've listened to a lot of people talk. I've talked to a lot of people. I've been able to store all those conversations in my database and evaluate which of those people were lying in the end and which of those people were telling the truth. This is like almost like AI, that you subconsciously just your brain has the power to collate all that data, and you get to know the difference between somebody who's being honest and somebody who's not.
Let me
Not
ask
everybody
you
has
about
that. Not everybody has that ability, but to me, Turvey, despite his flaws, didn't appear to be lying. He appeared to be honest.
Let me, if I can, ask you a question about his honesty. And I brought this up the other day, and you know, when they released the most recent case documents to us, unredacted, unsealed rather, still redacted, of course. And we read through like page 9 of Dr. Ruth Ballard's report. And she's talking about lab, you know, FBI lab item number 3, one hair from the right hand that is morphologically consistent with decedent Chapin's own reference hair. So my question on that day was, wouldn't Turvey have known at the time of the interview, I'm talking, which was pretty recent. I'm not talking at the time of the investigation.
Right.
If he knew that, because he never said that once, he never used that, and he never shared that with the public during that interview. If he withheld that, then that is deceitful. Wouldn't you agree? That he could have said, you know, because he pressed the fact, you know, what he is pushing as a fact, that it is exculpatory evidence. But if he's withholding that morphologically point to manipulate, then are you still of the opinion that he is honest?
No, if he lied about that, I would think that would obviously, I mean, that would be dishonest. But again, using Occam's razor, it would be extremely perilous for him to lie about that. By the way, I mean, based on the theory that Pav just outlined, it would appear that he's a willing participant in this ruse. So essentially his whole story and everything was part of the plan. So therefore it could have been embellished. It could have been misrepresented in a manner to serve the purpose of the move, the chess move we're seeing now. I think that it's fair to say that's the theory that Pav is floating. But I personally just think that Turvey, he came across as passionate, pissed off that somebody was getting fucked over. And if he was acting, he's a very good actor, because I bought that act hook, line, and sinker. I thought that he, like I said, I thought he had flaws. I thought he made some mistakes in some of the things he said. I didn't really like the comment about something about masturbation, about something, you know, can anybody remember what he said about it?
I know what you mean. I don't remember exact words, but yeah.
It was a distasteful comment that didn't need to be made. But yeah.
I recall something. I think it was, you might be referencing something that he said towards the end of the second hour.
The timeline or something. Yeah. All these people mentally masturbating about something about it was
very
belittling people who were thinking differently than him. I didn't appreciate that comment from him. And again, he appeared to be a flawed man, but he appeared to be an honest man that was passionate about what he was doing. And again, the Occam's razor point of view is he's putting himself at great risk. And if what you're saying is, if he knew damn well that he's talking about Ethan's hair, and it could be proven that he's talking about Ethan's hair, and he's trying to represent that it might be a perpetrator's hair, and that could be proven, I mean, that's an awful big risk to take. And I mean, that can't, these kind of positions can't be my go-to.
All
I don't know if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yep. Any other statements before I move on to the next thing I'm going to run real quick?
No, thank you again, Daigle. That's very considerate of you to allow, to play that video.
No, it was something good. Think that we needed to break down, so on and so forth. I want to react to
the high IQ outfit. Nothing but respect around here.
Right. At least we try. Of course, when this information dropped yesterday, everybody went nuts. Mainstream media was scrambling like you wouldn't believe, trying to figure out what the hell to do because it was never expected. This is my opinion, as they still are, in my opinion, and I want to react and discuss this that dropped 10 hours ago. As we all know was going to happen, and we knew it was coming. I'll just say it that way. Welcome, Elliot. Good to see you, my friend. On we go.
Brother Steve joins me right now. Steve, it's good to see you. I thought about you a lot today. I thought about you. I thought about Christy. I thought about Olivia today. I thought about all the families. I just want to start with your reaction. And did you know that this was coming in any way?
A little bit. We had a little bit of rumbling of some rumors, things that were in the process. You did think it would be closer towards September, but we're not that surprised, to be honest.
How are you guys doing?
And this is more par for the course. We knew that this was going to happen. Some people were given false expectations that there would be no appeal because he waived that right. You can't waive your constitutional rights. And we had a lawyer, even though they tried to gag our lawyer. He was able to give us really good information throughout the whole process. So we'd have been expecting this from the very beginning. And if you've had a prosecutor who's gone through prosecutions of capital cases, this is to be expected.
I'm thinking about you guys. You finally able to turn the chapter, and you're now faced with this new potential legal battle that can carry on from hearing to hearing, and potentially, even though I think it's extremely unlikely in my legal opinion, but potentially a new trial. Are you prepared to go through all of this? How are you mentally prepared to go through that?
Yeah, some people want the second bite of the apple. I'd love to have the second shot at the the accused murderer. I would love for us to be able to reline him up and hold him accountable to the full extent of what he's done. We said at the very beginning that there's a right way to a plea deal, and then there's a rushed way to a plea deal. And we felt rushed, but I'll stand corrected. If this is over in 3 to 6 months, then I was wrong. If we're doing this time next year, then it would have been a lot more advantageous to Idaho to go in there and say, hey, where's the murder weapon? What was the second weapon used? He could have clarified this, and he made it sound like that was an expectation that was ridiculous. And here we are, and I hope he's right. I hope we're done with this in 3 months. But I'm prepared for it to be longer.
So just to clarify, if they said, listen, he's going to be retried. We're not taking the death penalty off the table. We're going to go full steam ahead, death penalty trial. In a way, to me, it sounds like that's something that you might welcome. And also, I wonder, because you see the commentary online, despite Kohberger pleading guilty, there are those who believe he's still innocent. In a way, do you feel if this goes to an actual trial and he has an opportunity to fight the evidence, is that something that you'd say, you know what, I think it's necessary?
I would love it. We're getting to the point where capital cases, 9% of the time, are settled out of court. We do need case law. We do need state law. And Idaho I think it could benefit greatly from this. Unfortunately, we spent $8 million, and I feel for my community. This guy wasn't even a member of our society. He wasn't even a member of our state. And we've really just been totally put through the ringer having to defend this loser. So I want to protect my community, and I feel like, I can't keep asking for more. We got our chance. We had a weak prosecutor, but I don't want to put our community through another few $1 million. It's unfortunate, but somebody's going to have to put their foot down and make this case law.
Do you think he had a weak attorney? I mean, he's basically saying he had ineffective assistance of counsel, that there was evidence that...
No, I would have loved to have actually Ann on our side. She would have blown the doors off Thompson. Thompson was weak. I mean, Thompson was caving left and right. If we didn't get Jeff Nye and Ingram, we would have been toast. So, yeah, I think his counsel was great. I didn't like her. I think she was... always probing, always saying stuff like she would be ineffective counsel. She was always planting seeds. And I would have, a real prosecutor would have just went up to the bench and said, she says that again, rip her out of here and let's get a real prosecutor. Let's get a real defendant that actually wants to be in this room. If she's going to be ineffective, let's go get somebody who's going to be effective. And he just didn't have that.
Why do you think he's doing it? If you believe, you know, and I'll give you my legal opinion. I don't think he's got a shot, but we'll talk about it a little bit. But why do you think he's doing it right now?
Because he's an egomaniac psychopath. He literally some way like made it paramount that they wouldn't say he was a psychopath, even though on his phone he'd repeatedly said psychopathic behavior, psychopathic paranoia. He started self-analyzing himself and thinking to himself, oh my gosh, I am a psychopath. But he got Anne to like lay hard into that.
What the actual fuck? Are
There
you
was so
kidding
much
me?
word, Sal. I'm confused about his point on Anne. Is he
This
for
makes
her?
no sense.
Did you see my comment about
No.
what listening to Steve makes me want to do?
No, but I can imagine because it probably makes, I feel the same way.
I'm tempted to use the R word again.
Don't do that. But this
Yeah,
is,
don't do that. Why
you
go
can
there?
find many other words because I have plenty in my mind right now too, Jesse. Because he,
Just
Oh, I
for
wasn't
not
going to do
wanting
it. I'm just saying.
justice. You know, there's many reasons to dislike him, but to go there and to speculate that is just beyond.
he's completely.
necessary.
This is ridiculously stupid. That was dumb. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard him say. To be honest with you, and he said a lot. And I mean that with all due respect, Steve. Unbelievable. That was so dumb. Whatever. On we go. Jesus.
Said, hey, they're going to call me a psychopath. So she got Thompson to just fold. And he was like, we won't say the word, even though it's on his phone. So I think he didn't want to
She got Thompson to fold. You guys heard him say that, right? Ann Taylor got the prosecutor to fold on this case. That's interesting.
One thing is for sure is he doesn't like Bill Thompson. That's genuine.
Oh, 100%. We know that for sure. And we've known that. He does not like him no matter what. And I get it. You know, the promises, the empty promises that were made to them. He has no reason to like Bill. And we all know Bill's a liar. He proved it, but Jesus, criminy, this is insane.
I'm surprised they're allowing him to take that position.
I agree. Well, he's been allowed to do a lot of things, Eddie. A lot of things, even within the court. Okay, so I think they give him grace because he's a victim's father. And I get it, but damn, at some point, Steve, you gotta realize some of the stuff you're saying is just out there. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, on we go.
realize the kind of monster he was. And he started having that self-realization when it was too late.
I can't help but think of the timing. There's a Netflix documentary that's coming out in a couple of days. One of the things I've speculated is this a way for him to regain the narrative, to get control of it? Do you feel that had an effect?
100%. And he always has been the same portfolio, the same guy that's doing the same behavior. If you go look back at what he's done throughout his career, even in high school and college, he's always wanted to control the room. He's always wanted to dominate the people around him. And that was part of the reason why we pushed back, because we'd studied this guy. I still think he has some tricks up his sleeve. He's got 40K on his books. I've heard that he's going to use that to get some counsel of his own. He's negotiating, trying to get a book deal so he could pay for his own lawyers. I mean, this guy's creative, and he's got a master's degree and he's working on a PhD. So he's not a moron, even though he writes like an idiot. You look at his writing, you think you're reading elementary homework, but he's actually supposed to, be pretty intelligent. So I think he has a plan, and Idaho's got to deal with it.
Steve, he's going to need proof. He's going to need actual evidence to establish anything that he's saying. But have you heard from the prosecutor's office? I mentioned before what the AG had said. Has there been any conversation from them? Have they reached out at all to tell you what their plan is, what the timeline's going to look like, anything like that?
No, I don't think they want to reach out to us, because we asked them to get a little bit more information from him. There was a separate weapon, some other things that could have proven that this person beyond a reasonable doubt type thing. So we could have saved Idaho, maybe possibly a year worth of fees. I've always looked out for my community. I love the state in which I live in. And I expect more from people like Thompson, who's dedicated his career to this.
Before I let you go, one of the interesting arguments he makes is he was misrepresented about what prison life was going to be like, or what his options were going to look like, whether it was death row or life in prison. I just want your perspective on that, considering his life behind bars was a big topic in those impact statements.
Well, somebody who is going for a PhD in criminology, you would think that he would already have a pretty firm understanding of what that prison system is. And, if he still wants to know what's waiting for him, he could always write me. I can tell him what some people tell me is waiting for him. It only gets worse. And he's actually got it pretty good right now.
Another death threat.
There we go again. Another threat against his life.
Another subtle death threat. I got to say,
how did you get away with this?
I know that it's the popular opinion and it's the right thing to do, to show respect and remorse for the families,
right,
and all this stuff. And I've heard that
really hard.
But I disagree. I mean, I don't think Steve and Christy and Olivia deserve any special treatment. I mean, they've decided to put themselves out here, and I would even throw in Stacy Chapin as well. Stacy, Olivia, Steve, and Christy. To me, you reap what you sow, and they come out here and they say things, and they go to CrimeCon and they try to profit from this whole thing. If you want people to respect you and treat you like a victim, yeah, you got to play the part. You want to come out here and try to make money and say these outlandish things. You're fair game now, Steve.
Yeah, 100%. And I've been saying that for a while now. As I've tried to stay as respectful as I possibly can throughout so much of the garbage, the insolence, the ignorance that has been coming from him and his wife. Okay, I don't know about the Chapins. I haven't really focused on that a lot, but it's really, really not acceptable in my opinion. I understand that there is going to be some anger. There's going to be some this or that, but here's my thing. This man has come forward saying that he was coerced into this, that he was this, he was that he's been telling the truth, that he's innocent, and you don't even want to see if that's true or not. You just want to. Now, here's what I want to know, because I know what the answer is going to be. I want to know what you're going to say, Steve, if you can hear me out there. When this goes to trial, which we all know that that's a very much big if. But if this goes to trial and it's proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Bryan Kohberger was not the one that did this, I want to know how you're going to apologize to the depth that you need to for the things you've said and done. I want to know how you're going to apologize to that depth, because I don't think you will at all. Okay? I don't think you will at all. None of them will, in my opinion. But it would definitely be very vindicated if he would. But I just don't see it happening ever. And that speaks to who this person is, in my opinion, period.
I do think that there will be a consistent theme. This is not the last time we are going to see, what I call the inciting of the angry mob.
Of course.
Because I don't think it is going to trial. And by the time, whatever conclusion this ends up at, if Bryan Kohberger, gets himself away from this mess and released, they're going to maintain that he is still the one, and there's some legal maneuvering that he did that was clever, and there's a madman on the loose. So this is kind of consistent with them kind of feeling that might just be how it turns out.
I can believe that.
And maneuvering, because whoever really did this, that is what has to be concealed. That's what they're covering up, and that can never be known. So,
good point.
My 2 cents.
Anything to add to Jess?
Did he say that they're aware and they have evidence of another murder weapon and they're just keeping it quiet and they could have, I thought that's what he said.
He said something about another weapon. I agree.
He seemed to be suggesting that they have evidence of another murder weapon and they just decided not to bring it out and show everybody, which seems to be a consistent theme. Cy Ray also said, well, if you saw what I saw, you would know. And I think you guys probably remember that I've brought this up a few times. I've had a few people tell me that. A few other creators tell me, well, if you saw what I saw, well, guess what? I didn't fucking see what you saw. And I think you might be making that up. And that goes for Steve and every other person that said that to me.
Thank you.
Are they I guess, maneuvering? Because it is kind of well known that this couldn't have been by a lone perpetrator. Are they saying without saying, are they suggesting co-conspirator, accessory, he's
involved? What it sounds like it. That's what it sounds like.
Way. He's guilty, but and of course that's not the state saying it. They're going to have all these mouthpieces saying it for the state, because of course the state's case cannot change.
They will never admit that, Eddie. We know that. That is a good point, and it does seem to be that way. That they're pointing to the secondary conspirator, with the secondary weapon being one of many being brought into the conversation again. So yeah, good point.
So people that are not quite understanding this thing, then it makes sense to them. They can rationalize it and, okay, Brian's guilty and we just don't know how guilty. Maybe there is someone else, because there are those outliers out there and they know that. Which kind of brings me, and I don't want to harp, but it kind of, I've always been, he's innocent. There's no fence sitting here. And although it's been an unpopular position, but it is necessary to say it, because like Meanie and I were discussing in chat earlier, this live stream, there's those that you'll just never turn their opinion, but there's also those that just rely on the news because they'll consume the easiest message and then don't give it a second thought. So they just listen they're not careful how they listen. So they absorb the news and they catch the BS narrative and then they believe it, but they're not hardliners. So that's why it's always grated on my nerves, and I don't want to harp, but those that say, possible co-conspirator, accessory, possibly guilty. I just want to see the fact. It's like the harm.
Show it.
That talk, because people that come in and listen to, maybe they also listen to what we're doing today, and they hear us, supposedly, since we followed it from day one, that we should know, and then they listen to us, and a lot of us, on the panels and that talk have clout, so they'll listen. And if that, if so-and-so is saying, I just want to see the facts, if he's a co-conspirator, then in the end, and I don't want to dictate how people speak.
No. But, I know what you're saying.
But it's you'll just never hear. I guess, I don't know. Everyone do what they have to do. But to me, I'll never say that, because it's ridiculous to me. Because for whatever reason, I can see that he's innocent, and I know he's innocent. And the state knows it too. And so does Steve. And so does the judge. And so does everybody.
In an attempt to remain objective, I have on several occasions, especially on this panel, engaged in conversations where I will hypothesize that, okay, if you're telling me that Brian is guilty, the only way that could possibly be true is X, Y, and Z, and I'll outline that, as a co-conspirator, maybe you could come to that. That would make a lot more sense. And it's not that and I think sometimes that's misinterpreted as me believing that when that's not the case. That's just, I think that's for anybody out there to believe that Brian is involved or guilty in any way. that's the only logical way to come to that conclusion. And to come to the conclusion that he did it by himself is nonsense. There's really no evidence to say that he was even involved. And I agree with Eddie. And I think my position is he's a patsy. But I do choose to engage in some conversations, like, for argument's sake.
Sure.
Maybe he was a driver, or, an unwitting co-conspirator. I had one very heated debate a while back on this, and I made the comment that maybe he was like drunk, passed out in the back seat of a car, or doing drugs in the back seat of a car while this was going on. And again, that's not what I believe. That's just, if you're going to speculate, you're going to come to why did they choose him? That would there's ways to make that fit. Let's just say it that way.
Lastly,
good point.
And I said this before, and it's kind of a hard line. It's I don't allow these generous allowances. Like, people will say, that the families have been lied to, and they've just been misguided. That, to me, it's like, well, they're maybe in the beginning, but at this point, they're purposely putting out. They're lying, and we caught him in a number of lies. And
how much money is at stake for Steve G right now? He's here talking about this case. Meanwhile, he's got this lawsuit with WSU that potentially, I don't know what the number is, but he's expecting to get millions, maybe tens of millions, maybe more than tens of millions. That's the kind of money that we're talking about. That's the kind of financial incentive he has. So anything he says, you have to view it in that light.
Right. And also, another important thing to observe is there's a point that maybe at first they were lied to, and they were told falsehoods to help the state is using them as getting the narrative out there. I get that, but there's a point at which, someone has intelligence too, and know when they've been duped. And by us continually like making this generous allowance that, okay, the poor G's, they've been misguided by law enforcement for so long. But so
I think we're beyond that now. We're beyond that.
We're beyond that. It's like now, because they're not dumb people. They're very smart. And by us doing that, what we're really doing is saying that they're stupid, which they're not. So
you can just look at their physical appearance. It's quite clear that they've had they've come into some cash, and they've started taking some kind of supplements. And my speculation is Ozempic, and I don't feel bad for again, Occam's razor, baby, Occam's razor, and Occam's razor suggests they've come into some money, and at least the three that I mentioned are taking Ozempic. That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Welcome, Tomboy. Yeah, I have to say that I have to agree with Eddie. We are beyond the, oh my God, they were lied to. I feel so bad. That's been bypassed long ago. And like Eddie said, I fully agree with that. They know, and they're still presenting disinformation on a regular basis. They know that these things aren't true, that they were killed in their sleep, that this happened, that happened, and they're still running with those stories. And at one point, you got to go, okay, that's stop. That's enough. We now know the truth, as do you. If you're going to talk about it, tell the truth. And if you don't want to, nobody wants to hear it. That's all I'm saying. Did you have something you were going to throw into that, Tomboy?
No. Hold on, I'll be back.
Last quick point before we move on. Yeah, Jesse's reaction to, when Steve resorted to being critical over his handwriting is like that. Okay, so now it's.
I promise I won't use the R word.
It's just okay. So now you're trying too hard, and it's easy to see what's going on. I mean, you can't be taken seriously when Your argument goes that low.
It's petty, it's immature, and it's overly ridiculous. I agree with
Yeah.
very petty. Like, okay, everybody felt bad for you to an extreme. Okay,
It's not just petty. It's very low intelligence. That's why I said I'm tempted to use the R word, because you have to be a very intellectually challenged individual to start making that argument.
The statement she made about maybe I need to go get a whole bunch of Death Row Records T-shirts for every day of the week now. Who the fuck says something like that? How old are you? Are you kidding me? Grow up. I feel for your loss, and I hurt for your loss. Okay, it stops there, because you can't seem to bring yourself to a level of maturity to understand and see like what you're doing. Come on, that's a fucking enough.
I'm going to say something that a lot of people might not like, but when you say you feel for their loss, they're not behaving like it's their loss. They're behaving like
I agree.
It's their game.
Nowadays,
their game.
You are correct, and it's become that, Jesse, and that's what's sickening to me. I think it's almost like they're using it now.
This brought us fame and fortune. This isn't our loss. This is our gain.
Right. That's it. It's pretty sickening. Could you hear me, Tomboy?
Man, the guilters would clip that and say I'm a bad dude, but I mean,
and they will anyway, Jesse. It doesn't matter.
I'm just calling balls and strikes the way I see it.
That's it. Yeah, 100%. And I'm sure I'm going to be attacked for this, and you can do what you got to do there, Miss Tape Face. Do your thing. I don't care. Moving on.
Protecting him to the fullest extent of the law, but eventually he has to be treated like a normal prisoner, and those days are going to be pretty scary ahead.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
And thank you once again, Steve Gonsalves, for putting your threats out there to the world so that we can know what to expect. And again, something I want to point out, guys, we talked about this last night on Crimes After Dark as well. There's been more than one reference made to threats on Bryan's life. There was something brought to the table months ago where they were saying that Bryan was making statements, and I don't believe them. Bryan Kohberger is not that person about taking his own life and things like that. I think that's setting up a situation, setting the stage for something.
Yeah.
So from that point forward, I was on guard, because that would be the worst thing that could happen here. But that would exactly be the best thing for them, because he wouldn't have the opportunity to speak his truth. Okay. That's a problem, folks. They set the stage for something a long time ago. And then we have people like Stephen Gonsalves coming forth and Ashley Banfield, which I'm going to show you something there too. What a joke. That are making these statements, clean-cut statements against his life. Why is that not being handled? Victim or not, excuse me. Family member of a victim of a crime or not, you do not have that right. You do not have that right nor ability to make those statements. And it's wrong. And shame on you. Shame on you.
Are we going to hear that one?
I'm sorry, buddy. What'd you say?
You said Ashley Banfield alluded to the same thing.
Oh, yeah, part of it. Yeah, I'm going to go to Big Mouth next. That was part of my reactionary stuff for today. I wanted you guys to see the ridiculousness, the childishness. These are grown adults. All of these people are grown adults. Okay? Grow up, people. Grow the fuck up. And if you can't grow the fuck up, I'm going to say something I used to say all the time. Stick the fuck down and shut the fuck up. I'm tired of hearing your mouth. And if you don't like it, don't like it. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to act the same way you people do. And honestly, I apologize for my language to the ladies in the room. It's unbecoming. I understand that, but I'm fucking over it, you guys. I really am. These people make me sick. Literally like nauseous to my stomach, sick. And it blows my mind that they have been able to achieve the levels in life that they have. Honest to God, I can't understand how they do it. How do you become who you are with the mentality that you live your daily life with? I want to know it. Tell me how. Because your mental status, in my opinion, is a fucking joke.
Is that a really tacky green screen background behind Ashley?
No, I think that's actually her house. I think. I'm looking at the corners and things, so it looks real. We'll see if she moves her scarecrow-looking face out of the way and if something moves. And yeah, I will result in calling people names because of the things that they do daily. That's my immaturity level, and I'm willing to accept that I'm that person. Unfortunately, these pieces of shit aren't.
I mean, she's in the Jeffrey files, this one.
Yeah, she's a special kind of fucked up. I'm sorry.
These are the kind of people that want to make it on mainstream media, right?
Well, I wonder why she's no longer with News Nation. Think about that one for a minute.
Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. And it turns out Bryan Kohberger is bored. And I can imagine it would be boring to be in solitary for an entire.
This is, by the way, this is a reaction video, just so you guys know, so be prepared. Bryan's bored. Bryan Kohberger's bored. That's what this brainless twit thinks that this is all about. That he's bored. Are you good, Tomboy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You're good. I take it you were in a bad area. That's why you kept dropping in and out.
No, it wouldn't connect to my truck.
Oh, okay. Well, we're good. So, yes, this brainless twit thinks that this man is bored. He's bored. That tells you who she really is.
Entire year as you face another potential, I don't know, 65 to 70 more of those boring years. Bryan Kohberger has decided to take pen to paper, and I don't know what kind of paper. I'm only assuming it's toilet paper because it's what's most appropriate for someone like him, and write himself up a cute little motion. I'm not happy with the way things turned out. Bryan Kohberger's not happy with the way.
Does anybody know how old this idiot is?
She's close to 50.
Wow, Skeletor, you're really putting on a show today, aren't you?
Jesus Christ, I'm 50 and she's about 30 years too old for me.
But look at how she's acting, though. She's acting younger than my granddaughter, okay? My granddaughter's 10.
Well, there's a lot of them that have toddler mentalities.
I mean, it is. It literally is toddler mentality. It is. Such
like they're going to stomp their feet and throw a fit in about 2 minutes.
Of course.
Holy shit.
She is something else, folks. On we go.
It's very high school, I think.
This goes below high school, Jesse. This is like high elementary level, middle school, maybe, at that. Okay. She's got to do her little jazz hands thing because she wants everybody to see her Skeletor fingers. So anyway, moving on. And I'm going to be very immature during this, just so everybody knows. I have the ability to realize that I'm being that way, though. There's the difference.
Speaking of immature, Jeff's blowing up my DMs right now.
Uh-oh.
Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
Dago, did you watch the end of Lana's last night when she was playing this? And I thought she was going to keel over from laughing so hard.
No, I heard her. She said something about it, but yeah, we'll see. I'm going to be the most immature, childish idiot that I can be for this because that is the level that she deserves. So be ready for it.
Things turned out. The PhD in criminology turns out didn't quite understand what he was getting into when he did that whole plea thingy-majiggy. Yeah, the PhD program.
Couldn't you say it again, or do you not know your alphabet, idiot?
Thingamajiggy.
Do it one more time. thingamajiggy.
That's very
What
good.
the hell is a thingamajiggy?
Me thinks she doesn't know how to speak, obviously, because me knows that she did that once before when me heard her say it.
I don't even want to think of what she does with thingamajiggies.
Nope, we're not going to go there either.
Jesse,
We're not
stop.
going there. It's
Go
not
back
even
to your
worth.
snacks.
It's not worth making me sick to my stomach. So on we go.
Guess it doesn't yield the smartest people, because when he said, "Yes, Your Honor, I'm guilty of all of this," he says, "Well, wait a minute. I wasn't really. I was boondoggled. The system. He's just desperate to get attention, to get a day trip
Just
out.
like she is.
What is she doing right now?
Exactly.
He was boondoggled.
She ain't spoke about this case. She ain't spoke about this case in months.
That is fact. That is fact. No, the man is actually doing what anybody that has any kind of common sense would do. I was going to ask the same thing, Pamela. Is she drunk?
He is doing his constitutionally given right.
Daigle.
Yes, sir, Mr. Eddie.
The more absurd, illogical, or unsupported an argument is, the less persuasive or credible it becomes to reasonable minds.
Amen, sir. Very good point. This is the only place she gets any attention. Remember that. She's not on News Nation anymore because I think she got fired because she can't keep her damn mouth shut when she's threatening, making statements like, I hope he gets shivved and stabbed in prison. Like, who the fuck says something like that as a professional? Sorry, but not that one. But onward, Skeletor. Let's hear the rest of your words. And yes.
And this lady won an Emmy for her news broadcasting.
In what, the multiverse? Because not here. I couldn't
Texas,
see that.
yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Oh.
Hey, Eddie, if you're going to show off with fancy quotes, you better let us know who you're attributing the quote to.
I'll look to see who that was. I don't know if it was attributed, but if there is someone
now that's really showing off if you're quoting things that you don't know who it is.
She won an Emmy?
Yeah, she won a daytime Emmy.
I'm lost, but again, folks,
I want to say it was her and Steve Eager.
Wow.
Here at Channel 4 News.
Wow, what a mess. Well, again,
if we were going to do a competition to see who was the worst, the absolute worst, worse than Nancy Grace even, I'm going to say Mark Eiglarsh is my takes the cake.
Oh, yeah, you're a good point. That's a good point.
Dude looks like a dead man dressed up with makeup on.
She's getting higher on that ladder.
Oh, she's way at the top now.
Her and Eiglarsh would make a good couple.
Well, she wanted to be.
That's like Nasty and Crude getting married.
With flowers, yeah. Well, she wanted to date Epstein, so think about that.
Max, just some change of pace from the horror show that is his life. The blank, desolate walls that are his life. He wants a break from it. So Bryan Kohberger, he decided to break his silence finally. And from prison, he is saying now something that could throw this entire University of Idaho quadruple murder story right back into court. I will say that with a caveat. It's a big maybe. It's a big fat maybe that he ever gets into court again, but he could. Stick around because you're going to hear the possibilities in a hot minute of whether Bryan Kohberger's toilet paper motion is actually going to get him a day trip and a different kind of bologna sandwich and a different kind of cell for, I don't know, even 24 hours. If you were with me in this same place last summer, right around the same time, you'll remember that Bryan Kohberger pleaded guilty a year ago. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Madison Mogan. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Xana Kernodle, and he pleaded guilty to the fourth murder of Ethan Chapin. And that plea deal came together only a couple of weeks before he was set for an entire murder trial, a capital death penalty murder trial. Just weeks before that was scheduled to begin, and weeks before we, after years of gag orders, were going to finally get some questions answered. Like, what did the investigators discover in all of this work that they did? How much do you have on this guy that you've kept under the gag? Some of it came out, but what else do you have? Because up until now, this has been such a mystery. Why did he do it? Why did he pick those kids? It seemed they had nothing to do with him. Nothing. So why? It is the most heinous thing you can do. Hand-to-hand combat. Murdering someone in cold blood in the most violent way as they sleep peacefully. Like, why? We thought...
she needs to shut up.
Well, she thinks she knows what she's talking about, which obviously she doesn't, as always.
Well, she
Her
just
style
said
of
that.
delivery is, you can tell, it's almost like parody.
Yeah.
You're
Yes.
right. It is.
Yes.
It is almost like parody.
You are absolutely right, Eddie. That's a good way to put it, too. 100%. I couldn't think of it, but that's right.
And she knows
She
he's
just
innocent too.
said-
They have been given free license to say whatever they want and to demonize him, however, and they will never be held accountable.
That's it, too. The more they do it, the better, the more money they get, I think. And you're right. They won't. And they'll never apologize. When it's proved that they've been wrong about everything, this fucking rat will crawl back in her hole somewhere, and we won't see or hear shit from her. She can go nibble on her crumbs some more.
You have to
Well,
be.
there-
You have to be pretty low IQ to celebrate human suffering, though. Even if
Right.
even if it's somebody who you think it's a bad actor, but you're like, oh, he lives in a cell. He eats bologna sandwiches. His life is hell. Yeah, well, for you to celebrate that and get off on it, it kind of suggests that you're a deprived, low intelligence, low human being. I mean, because a well-rounded, healthy human being would never dwell and celebrate that kind of suffering.
Never.
Even you wouldn't wish it on your own enemies, and you wouldn't focus on your own enemies, because if you're a healthy human being with a proper intellect, you're gonna focus on more positive things, and that kind of dwelling on human suffering, it says a lot about her character. It says a lot about a lot of their characters.
It says about a lot of the lack of her character. And I agree with Bubbles that I could almost bet you everything I own that this plank did not read a document. Not one. I can almost bet that.
You can tell she didn't, because she just said a lot of things have been released and she just glossed right over it. Like, let's skip over that piece.
Well, if you don't have any knowledge, you couldn't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, absolutely. Fully agree. All right, back to Skeletor, folks. Sorry.
In that scheduled trial. But no, I guess he finally decided, they got me. And it is death penalty, so I'm kind of scared of that. And in exchange for him admitting it, confessing it, promising us in court that he did do it, all of it, all four, the prosecutor
Promising us. What a performance this is. This is such a joke. And
I cannot now unsee the fact that this is a parody. Now that Eddie said it,
he's right. I know.
I can't unsee it.
What's that channel we follow, Tomboy? That's a parody channel. You know who I mean?
Yeah.
This is what this reminds me of. It really does. Eddie, that was a hell of a call, bro. It really was. On we go.
prosecutor said, fine, we'll take the death penalty away. And you can rot in hell for the rest of your life. Life, no parole. But you don't die. And remember, everybody, in the years leading up to this, Idaho took a page out of, I think it was Ohio, pardon me if I'm wrong, but took out a page from another state on how to build a better mousetrap when it comes to executions. And they were thinking firing squad. Firing.
We don't have the firing squad in Ohio, so wrong again, idiot. Good. Unless it's something brand new. No, we don't have the firing squad.
Did she say it was Ohio instead of Idaho?
She said Ohio, yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's done with it.
Go back to your comic books, Ashley, please. Put your little skeletal finger down. Nobody cares.
Squad works for us. Let's build the chamber. It's possible. It's been reported that it's possible, as Bryan Kohberger was being held in jail before prison, that he might have actually heard some of the construction. Can you imagine?
Oh, the fuck. She
Are
needs to
you
shut
this
up.
dumb? Are you kidding me?
This
He
is
might
the
have heard some of the
disinformation
construction.
tour.
This, oh my God. Tomboy, how far away is the jail from the prison and all that fun stuff?
Well, actually, I don't know where that new prison is because I have never been there, but Sophie might know how far Ada County Jail is from Kuna.
I think it's more damning how giddy she is about the whole idea of him hearing the construction.
Look at her
than
face.
than it is about how stupid she is for thinking that it might be factual.
Oh, I don't even know what I. Okay, so she needs to get caught up on her Dick and Jane books, because she's behind on them, obviously.
That's my, that's my new firing squad chamber that I could get. And maybe that informed his decision to take the death penalty off the table, maybe just stick around for a while longer. So he decided to give that plea, and he stood before a judge and he admitted that he stabbed all 4 of these students, stabbed them to death inside their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. But he was never required, and I will never get over this, and I am very frustrated with the prosecutors in Idaho for this because they agreed to it. He never was required to explain himself. He was never required to say why he did it. He was
look up the laws in Idaho, dumbass.
It's called an.
So she's frustrated the prosecutors for that, but nothing else that they've done. Okay, Pete Brain, we get it.
And there you go. It's important to twist that.
I'm sorry, Eddie. What'd you say, bud?
Yeah, sorry, I kind of.
No, you're okay.
It's important to twist that fact too. The allocution, I think, is what she was referencing
It is.
there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, to ensure that the reasoning, the message that people should get from that is is not that the state knows he's innocent and he wouldn't be able to say anything.
Good night, Verity. Agreed.
That is the purpose of why there was no allocution.
Exactly, and it's not a mandatory thing. They don't have to force any of this. None of it. Again, she probably hasn't gotten to that chapter in her Dick and Jane book to understand that, which is fully understandable yet, because
Yeah, well, truly, she knows why.
Yes, she does.
An innocent person cannot allocute and give details of it. She's not dumb.
Yeah, no. Well, I will argue that to an extreme, Eddie. To an extent, I'll say. In some aspects, no, she's not. She's been given the answers to certain things, but at the same time, common sense wise, I don't know about that one. So anyway, agreed. It must be that nice. I gotta agree with this, Jenny. This is a great comment. I want to speak on this. It must be really nice to be able to be that ignorant to the world and ignorant to reality and get away with it every day. That's a good point. I agree with. I'd love to be able to be that ignorant to things, to be able to just slide by with no knowledge of anything and pretend, well, again, in some extreme, to be as dumb as she is. I'll just say that. So, moving forward.
Waited for it with a whoa, 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 whoa. You're wrapping this thing up. He didn't even say why or what the hell. Nope. Just, I did it. I did it freely, intelligently, and I did it because I'm saying this because I'm guilty, not because it's just a bunch of paperwork. Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. So Bryan Kohberger, instead of, heading into the new chamber that was on its way to being operational, he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. And I know you're going to say, well, if you get 1 life, no parole, why do you even need the other ones? Well, for starters, they're consecutive. So when you finish one, the next one starts. And I know you can't die and be reborn all at once, as most of you believe. But if one of those murders somehow gets successfully challenged in some kind of an appeal, and I'll get there too, you still have the consecutive 3. And if another one goes down, you still have the consecutive 2. So it's kind of like, you're never getting out without a toe tag, right? Technically, in that plea, he had to give up his right to an appeal. I know you heard it too, right? So you're asking me, why are we even here today? He had to give up his right to an appeal when he took this sweetheart deal. I mean, sweetheart deal, life, no parole, 4 times over. But hey, you're not going into the new death chamber. So the technically part of giving up your right to an appeal, devil's always in the details. And in this one, the devil incarnate is in these details, because you still have a little itty bitty right to come back for a bite at the apple. You can't appeal what went on in the courtroom. You can't appeal that, but you can say something happened with my lawyers, and I believe I was cheated by my own attorneys. It's called ineffective assistance of counsel. And I know if you've already read some reporting, you probably saw that those words weren't there. We'll get to that too. I'm going to explain all of this, why suddenly this dirty, rotten quadruple murderer gets this other bite at the apple. A chance to peek his little rat face outside of his rat hole prison. And
oh, I guess she must be self-reflecting on this one, the rat face comment. I mean,
I had a quick look at her wiki page, and I can see what's going on here. I had no idea that she was born in Canada.
Is it 3 lines, Jesse, or is it,
No, it's quite in depth actually, but it does say that she went to a prep school and a private school. So you can see that she comes from a very wealthy family, very privileged upbringing. She went to the University of British Columbia, which is where I'm from. But yeah, she clearly was
very spoiled,
raised in a rich family, never had a struggle in her life. And the rest of us are just pores, you're just part of the lower class, and she has no respect for you. She doesn't give a shit about your life.
Yeah.
You're beneath her. And I mean, it becomes very, very clear the way she's, like, as Eddie said, this is almost a parody, because to her it is. She views herself on a higher level.
Yeah, she's a snob. She's very entitled. She thinks that she's God's gift to the world, when in all reality, the makeup and the ability that it takes to get her to look the way she does is so far up there on the scale at this point. And I know I don't judge people by their appearance usually. But again, guys, and the people that know me know that if you're ugly on the inside, boy, does that make the outside as ugly as it can be. And this is one of the ugliest internal people I've ever seen in my life. Not to mention the danger. It's a dangerous combo to be as dumb as she is and as mean as she is too at the same time. So just saying.
Well, we all know people with yellow teeth must be homicidal maniacs. I mean, clearly.
I know, 100%, 100%. Well, if you live in the world of Banfield, as such as she does, in her rat hole, because to call somebody a rat face, like, Jesus Christ. Stop looking in the mirror, Ashley, while you're talking.
Demand
For real?
more attention, me, look at me. And then read my toilet paper scratch and see how smart I am. But now Bryan Kohberger says he's innocent and says that plea has to be withdrawn. It must be withdrawn in the most egotistical, blowhard terminology you could ever imagine coming out of Hollywood. This is his toilet paper plea. And he says that even if this results in the case being reopened, I want my plea withdrawn, even if reopening that case exposes me once again to the death penalty. But for the first time since his arrest almost 4 years ago, he's speaking publicly. He called.
And again, I want to make sure that this dope understands that this is not the first time the man has stated that he was innocent. He held on to that statement from day one that he was arrested, that he was innocent, until by his own words, he was forced into a plea and tricked into taking a plea deal, lied to take a plea deal by his omission of his own words, as when it came to the fact that he did say what he said. So once again, before you try to play this out that Bryan claimed he was guilty the whole time and blah, 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 you know, just make sure it's known that you're lying again.
Called the New York Times, and specifically a reporter named Mike Baker. He did so from his Idaho maximum security institution, and he declared what he called a, quote, absolute claim of innocence. But when Mike Baker asked him about the actual evidence against him, conveniently, Bryan Kohberger refused to discuss it with him. And instead, he said the following: the intention is for all of those questions to be investigated and answered appropriately in a trial setting. Oh, I get it. You want to go back into court. You want everybody to see you again. Now you want to be heard again. I feel like he was kind of yanking Mike Baker's chain because, again,
Are you serious? Like, this is the way the world should run. Or do you not realize that? Again, this is how it should be from the beginning. Should have been from the beginning and should be in every case. But because it doesn't fit the narrative that you're paid to talk about on a regular basis, you don't want to talk about it. Okay.
and within a few hours of the story posting in the New York Times, Bryan Kohberger actually filed it, this handwritten motion with the court. It's a petition and a little chicken scratch, basically saying that the whole world has been unfair to him, including the lawyers who saved his life. This handwritten petition was made public Monday, and again, today is July 27th. And in it, Kohberger is asking to withdraw this plea, this guilty plea, and overturn his convictions and take the case to trial. He says the reason is that his plea, this PhD student in criminology, his plea was the product of ineffective legal counsel, false promises, quote unquote, and quote, blatant disinformation. According to the New York Times, Mr. Kohberger, who had a court-appointed representative.
Do these idiots not realize that just because you have a PhD in criminology doesn't give you a PhD in law? Criminology and law are two different things, folks. You just because you know everything about criminology or whatever you know does not mean you know the law. Okay? It doesn't mean that you have to know everything about the law. But these people are so dumb, they don't seem to get that. Two different things.
All throughout the case, ending with his guilty plea, said that he prepared the document, he himself, to challenge the case on his own. In the new filing, Kohberger claims his defense team failed to disclose or properly review evidence that could have helped to clear him. He also alleges that his attorneys made promises about what his life in prison would look like, and that those promises induced him to plead guilty. So, okay, so my lawyers promised me life in prison would be great, and it isn't. Life in prison? Ain't no prison anywhere in America where life in prison is great or good or even like moderately sucky. It's awful. Period. End of story. Life in prison, no parole is about as bad as it gets. And since Bryan Kohberger had been in protective custody, even waiting for trial when you're in jail, he knew that. He knew that. Again, he's a PhD in criminology. It isn't like he's a hairdresser who just didn't know what the hell was going on around him. This is his business. So, yeah.
This chick has to be from another planet to realize she keeps making the same damn statement. Law,
I mean,
criminology.
It's stuff like this that, you wonder why I drop the R word from time to time. But
I fully understand. I get it. I just
I'm starting to wonder about her target audience, like people that actually watch her and take her seriously. Like, what kind of IQ do you have to watch this performance and not view it as a parody?
I thank you. Well, and again, I think this is directed. Her audience, target audience, in my opinion, is more of the drama community, not true and real true crime, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's really sad is that this ridiculous, projection, all these projections throughout this newscast, if you want to call it that, of hers, is parroted by people out there like Neighbor here. They'll pick up on these ridiculous, theories, like getting into his mind, like, oh, he thought he could get away with it and could outsmart law enforcement, and he almost did it, except for this DNA of his that was on. I mean, they select what they want to grasp as the truths, and they will use that because it's simplistic, right? It's too complicated to like we do, refer to case file and what documents in that and use facts. I mean, that takes brain power and effort. So sadly, this is effective to the masses. And there are people out there that will run with it and then echo it at the water cooler.
Yeah. Very good point.
What can we do? And I have to disagree. It's not 50-50. It's not even close. It's like 1,000,000 to 1, sadly. Because what are we going to do? You're going to go to your, the boulevard or the sidewalk or whatever of your neighborhood and proclaim it as in as loud of a voice as you can muster. I mean, what good will that do? We have, we are not mainstream media. So there's going to be more and more of this, and it's going to be even more ridiculous coming up, because
most
that
definitely
is how serious this is to them. They have to push this narrative for whatever reason. It can only be one way.
It's the money they're getting.
Mainstream media is losing its grip, though. So I don't think the effort is futile by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, Eddie, did you see what I said in the back chat?
No, I don't have a notification.
Oh, you don't have back chat?
I do, but it doesn't give me a notification of it yet.
I left a recommendation for you. I think you do. You.
Oh, he did. He responded to it.
I didn't see it. But real quick, as long as we're paused here, Jeff has a quick question for me. Does Eddie think Auntie lied? That she had enough time to review the case, the discovery at plea? That's a good question. I think it's safe to say, with all the terabytes, even up to that point, even if they didn't get new discovery, shortly before the plea, I think it'd be safe to say they didn't have enough time to go through this discovery that they had at that point. And just like we know Bryan had to lie, otherwise there wouldn't have been a plea. And we knew he was innocent when he did plea, and he had to lie to accept the plea. Otherwise, the plea deal wouldn't have been able to be. So I hope that answers your question.
Good answer. Good answer, Eddie.
Was ill-advised. I want you to hear his exact words, but I want you to brace yourself because I had a whole full-on milk spit take. And honest to God, the language, he belonged on Broadway at one point. He's such a queen. Okay. It is hereby declared.
Wow. Wow. You're, I'm not going to say it.
Were you about to say the R word?
No, because I hate that word. She's definitely something, though.
Well, when Eddie was making the point that we're up against it, I will say that, you know, if that's what you're competing with, you're going to listen to her point of view for 15 minutes, and you're going to listen to my point of view or Eddie's point of view or any of our Dago's point of view or even Tomboy's point of view, even though Tomboy doesn't chime in quite as much. But, you know, I think most people are gonna notice the difference in the quality of the point of view.
The intelligence. It's the intelligence level, in my opinion. I agree with you.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, if you put me in a room with her and if we bring her on here and we'll debate, me and her, what do you think is going to happen? You think anybody's going to walk away saying, "Oh, Ashley destroyed him"? Well, I don't think that's going to happen, folks.
Good God, no.
I think Ashley's going to start crying, really. So I mean, yeah, she's got a bigger platform than we do.
That's only because of where she came from. But you notice she had to come to YouTube to get any kind of a platform now at this point. She's competing now with YouTube coming from mainstream media. That should tell you something right there. That should tell it all. So
what she's doing is very effective, though. She's proving herself a good actress.
Of course.
And that she's ensuring that she will be used more in the future if she's so effective, and she's being very effective. She's selling herself and her product.
That's absolutely it, Eddie. I was getting ready to say the same thing. Yes, sir.
I would like to think that people are waking up, though. And I think there's evidence of that just by what we see in this community, what we see going on in the things that used to work against the masses and the general population are no longer working.
No.
Yeah.
People have woken up to this and said, "Are you serious?" What a joke.
It used to be that if you put it on mainstream media, everybody just buys it and it's over. Just, yeah, okay, this is what we told you. This is what you got to run with. These days, it just doesn't work that way. People question everything. People are well aware that they're being bamboozled. And I think her days are numbered, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and that's like Jenny said, we see you. That's exactly why people like Miss Skeletor, Frodo, Mr. Enton, and Nasty Disgrace have gone to this platform because they get more results.
Well, nobody will watch them on mainstream media. Nobody watches mainstream media anymore.
That's it right there. That is it right there. Yes, fully agree. Fully agree.
I think somebody said the other day that they got a phone call and said, "Are you watching Fox News?" And the person said,
"Sweet pea." Yeah.
Was that Sweet Pea? Yeah, no. Are you kidding? Of course not.
Right.
Like
that's exactly
that's a stupid question.
100%.
And I don't want to. I got to tread lightly on this, but let's say Sweet Pea is not a millennial. It's not like she's a new generation. You know what I mean? Like the generation that's watching Fox News is boomers.
There are parents, yes, exactly, and they're even catching on to it. My mother, who has been in my channel, my chat many times, she comes here to find the news. She doesn't go to. I mean, my dad will watch the news in the morning just to see what's going, and I still watch local news, like what's going on with the weather or current events in my community. Beyond that, nope, I haven't watched that, and I don't know how long, guys. It's been a long time, so. Like I said, even the boomers are starting to come here to see the real deal, to get the real deal. This is where the news is, not mainstream. And they know that themselves. Hence why they're sending their little minions out to create channels out here, period.
I think all it takes is one thing. If you can find out that you've been duped one time about one thing, it opens your eyes, and then you view everything differently. You go through your life and you're like, hey, I'm just not believing that anymore.
Right.
And I believe that we are witnessing a great awakening, and what happened 4 or 5 years ago is part of the reason. For 6 years ago is what happened. Part of the reason.
Yes, I fully agree with that.
Look, I have a 65-inch TV, and only 3 things play on my TV: football, all other sports, and anything to do with Yellowstone. That's it.
Well, sometimes YouTube, but yeah, I agree. I don't watch the national. I haven't watched the national news I can't even say it in probably 5 years on purpose. I don't want to. You're not gonna mind fuck me. I'm sorry. I don't need it. I've had it enough. 40 years of it's enough for me.
If I need to watch clips of news, I'll go to Facebook. Shit.
Or YouTube again. Right.
They play short versions.
That's it. On we go. Back to Snake Mountain and Skeletor.
It's hereby declared. During attorney-client discussions, most of which included all members of Bryan C. Kohberger's immediate family, petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder, felony burglary, by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. Okay, so he's basically accusing Ann Taylor and her defense team, the best friends he had in the world, of withholding information that would have proven he was innocent. So Ann, as an amazing lawyer,
See, I take that different. The withholding of exculpatory evidence
she had no
would be on the state side.
Years of trying to save this guy's life, and stated off the bat, he's innocent, and we're going to prove it, right? So he's suggesting that Ann Taylor had all this discovery that showed I was innocent and still pushed me into a deal. Come on now.
Her facial expressions are nasty as fuck.
His material to the inception of the plea deal, Mr. Kohberger bloviates. Number 1, counsel's failure to inform petitioner of exculpatory discovery received during plea discussions, namely clumps of unknown hair found in Ethan Chapin's hands, as well as a failure of further inquiry. Number 2, petitioner was convinced that actual guilt was not an important factor in considering plea acceptance. So being actually guilty doesn't matter. Being innocent, no.
Congrats and welcome to the sauce, Soapy. We appreciate you. Welcome to the family, dear.
No, just plead. If you're innocent, just go ahead, plead. Again, he's a PhD in criminology. Come on.
Why is this her go-to for everything? Is it truly because she's that dumb and doesn't realize that this is the man taking the advice of his legal team, because he's not a PhD in law. He's not an attorney. I truly believe she's that dumb. I do.
Jesse, how do you leave that much wine in a cup? Come on, just drink it all.
What are you talking about?
I know you did already finish off a bottle.
I have to agree with that too, Jesse. Just finish the shit.
Okay, so does anybody want to guess on how many bottles tonight?
No, it's probably number 3 that you just opened.
Number 3 has got about that much left.
Yeah, I was going to say he started way earlier than Lettuce Channel.
Yeah. Agreed. What?
I must say, for 3 bottles, it's a pretty good performance, don't you think?
Oh, always. SRB's on point too. We know you, Jess. We know you.
So that this is bottle number 3 for anybody who wants to.
What kind?
3 hours and 39 minutes, Jesse. So that's like a bottle an hour.
They're small though. They're not big bottles. So you guys got to.
Cabernet. It's a standard bottle. What is a standard bottle? 350 mils or something? No. Let's see. 500 mils. No. 750.
750. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. 3 times 750.
You're good. You're a big guy. You can handle it.
That's impressive, Jesse.
And it's empty now. I did work out very, very rigorously this evening, so I got my exercise.
You'll sleep well when you sleep.
Doubtful.
What flavor?
Doubtful.
What brand? What kind are you drinking?
Flavor? What flavor of wine?
Cabernet Sauvignon.
Oh, that's my wife's favorite. I don't care. I'm not a big fan of that one.
I'll drink a Merlot. I'll drink anything red. I'll drink.
I
white.
don't do the Merlots. I was
No
raised
white.
on that crap, that Dago red stuff. I can't handle that dry shit. I don't like it.
It's very good with cheese. If you have a very dry wine and some
is.
blue cheese.
That's why Jesse's always eating cheese.
Yes.
Always. And meats. And he's always got his little charcuterie tray and his grapes and his living like a king. Yeah.
That's why Jesse's thick.
Salad. Tomboy, when I said thick, I was talking about mentally.
Oh, right. That's why I don't like it either, Jenny. It gives me a hell of a headache. I don't know. I can't handle it. Probably too much when I was younger. Yes, that's your
Jesse, I knew
daily.
what you meant. I was just going with the flow.
Your daily fruit intake right there, buddy. Lambruscos are all good, of course.
Never once slurred any words. You're not repeating yourself. You're not getting emotional. You haven't
He's
said,
a pro.
I love you, man.
He's a pro, right? He's eating while he's drinking too, so I think that balances, guys. I think that's the balance right there. A lot of people don't. They just drink it and then they're done. On we go.
Death row was imminent. And advised to lie, petitioner was to gain, quote, legal victory in entering a false plea. So like he doesn't get it. So yeah, apparently he thinks it's a legal victory to enter into a false plea. Number 3, a gross misrepresentation of and promises regarding what a life sentence would immediately afford petitioner. So what, were you told you were going to the Ritz? Were you told that there'd be a pool? Were you told there was massage? And Zumba at 5? Life is life. It's toe tag parole. Again, student of PhD program in criminology. I was misled as to what life in prison, no parole was going to be like. Unfair. He continues. And a gross misrepresentation of death row in Idaho, including an elaborate fabricated story of counsel's horrific experience touring an actual 8x8 death row cell, all communicated to petitioner and his family, allegedly by IDOC, Idaho Department of Corrections, through counsel, thus constituting threats and promises made to induce a plea agreement. In common parlance here, I was told death row was really, 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 really bad. The cell was 8x8. It was horrific there. So I was really pushed into pleading guilty to murdering 4 people so I could be in, I could be in a different facility for the rest of my natural life. I mean,
she needs a high five.
So
upside the head with a chair.
I agree.
Making his statement, Kohberger decided to talk to the New York Times. I mentioned that before, and he actually wrote out a full statement to them. And through his family, this is what he shared with the New York Times. Quote, over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA probable cause affidavit was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Circumnavigated by a broken plea, the trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea and welcome the state's opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to again find.
Has anybody in here ever been embarrassed? You know how you get embarrassed for somebody else and you kind of get that weird feeling like, oh my God, I feel so stupid for them. I almost get that feeling for her. Almost.
Trial for the death penalty. My actual innocence is my truth. And the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must, all caps, must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence, there aren't that many, and continue to critically analyze the case. I send my love to my family who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence. Well, I don't think the family's doing themselves any favors. I think they had a real shitstorm to get through after their murderous brother, son, did the things that he did to those 4 beautiful kids. Yeah, a lot of the family members took it on the chin for him. And I really hope that they're not party to this, because if they are, that shitstorm is about to become Everest after 4 o'clock. Now, let me tell you something else here. I want a trial. I want the public to have clarity.
Okay, you stupid. You're just,
Did you just about say the R word?
No. She's just stupid because I remember her entangled brain. I don't even know what to say, you guys, because I want to swear so bad. And I'm at some point I'm just gonna let it go. But this fucking idiot, okay, twit that she is, complained because there was no trial at one point. Tomboy, I know you were here when we reviewed it, that she absolutely was bitching because there was no trial, that there was no truth revealed because there was no trial. And now she's going to make fun of the statement about that. She's a twit, less than a twit. And I agree with people in chat are saying it looks like she's on something. I would almost agree with you. Look at her. She's a fucking
She's so
twit.
privileged and so smug. She wouldn't be able to face even the smallest amount of adversity. She would have a mental breakdown if she had to deal with what most of us have to deal with every single day. Most of the people in the chat, most of the people that our friends and family have to deal with adversity every single day. And she has to deal with none of that. And she would not be able to handle any of it. She's so
entitled.
Fragile and mentally fragile, and she doesn't know anything about this case, by the way. And I think that anybody talks in the realm of he's guilty. Well, there's a lot of other things to talk about in this case.
Yes,
and
she doesn't know
if that's all you want to talk about, you don't know the facts of the case. And I would love to see Lana rip her apart.
Oh my God. I would pay big money to watch that happen. You ain't lying, bro. You are not lying. Yeah, she's beyond. And I'm sorry if she's doing. Somebody said Botox. Well, it ain't working because you need to fill your whole everything in there, Skeletor. Sorry.
Fuck off. You don't want the public to have clarity. You just want to get out of your cell. You want to be on camera and you want to be relevant. But you just wrote this on a shitty little, I don't know, I say toilet paper because that's what you are. I'm not the only one who feels this. The Idaho Attorney General, Raul Labrador, said that his heart goes out to the victims' families who have, quote, already endured unimaginable loss and must now face today's deeply painful news. That's an understatement. Somebody else who feels a little like I do, Mark Eiglarsh. Mark's former prosecutor.
Oh, that's somebody you should rely on. Another psycho. Didn't we just bring him up earlier, Jesse? Mark Eiglarsh?
Well, that's the reason that I brought it up, because I saw Lana. I didn't see the whole thing. I saw just a brief clip of Lana showing her and Eiglarsh speaking, and it's brutal. But you remember Eiglarsh is the guy who called out Megyn Kelly on her own show, right?
Yeah, he's another piece of garbage. Fully agree.
And that's something that I often refer to.
Absolutely makes sense. Tomboy, why do you have both of your avatars up here? How did you do that?
Because one was on my phone and one was on the computer.
Okay.
I would say that's how she gets banned, and she probably deserves it if she's going to do stuff like that.
So he knows.
Oh, okay. Should I pull one down? I'll just let it go.
Yeah, the bitch be gone.
There we go.
What he's talking about. And he's also a criminal defense attorney. And usually I am met head on with a robust argument. Not today. Not today. No, Mark Eiglar sees this for what it is as well. And I had a hell of a conversation with him. And if you are on the ledge about to jump because you're so upset that this MFer might actually get another bite at the apple and head back into a courtroom and twist the knife for these suffering families, well, I think you're probably going to like our conversation. Hey guys, listen up. Most men aren't trying to stand in front of a mirror with a 6-step skincare routine. I get it. Nobody has time for that. And that's why if you want an image. And then also use my code.
Okay. This is going to be really hard. I'm just going to tell you because as much as I can't stand her, I fucking detest this piece of shit that we're about to see.
Banfield 20 because I got you 20% off site wide. You're welcome. Mark Eiglar, good to have you on Drop Dead Serious.
Thanks for having me.
So I was a little surprised. This time last year, I was making plans for an entire trial and then shazam, there was a plea. And here we are a year later. Do you think Bryan Kohberger's just bored in jail and needs something to do?
That's definitely part of it. It's also a great PR campaign for him. I don't know what it's like being in prison under those circumstances, but he wants fans. He wants people to give him money. He probably wants a life. He knows his chances of winning this motion, I equate to be somewhere between 0 and remote. If you want an image with that, I'll say it's the same as Bigfoot finally riding a unicorn.
Or a snowball's chance in hell.
Something like that, or unscrambling an egg, whatever.
I can't wait till both of these fucking idiots are proved wrong. I'm going to do a dance. I can promise you that.
Metaphor you want to run with.
I'm really glad you said that because I think that that's what people needed to hear the most. When someone like this, raises their ugly rat-like head and stirs the pot again and effectively twists the knife. And I'm sorry for that, but that really is how it feels for a lot of these families.
I understand.
There's no relief for them, is there?
Well, what would have been worse, candidly, would have been a long, protracted trial. If they would have gotten the death penalty, you're talking about 30 years of appeals, most likely, if they ever were to get the death penalty. It would have been, I think, 10 times worse. Here, the judge will look at the motion. It will be denied. He'll then seek his appellate remedies, which will, mean nothing. And then he goes away until he files something else.
So this will be dispensed with quickly. This won't be a long, protracted series of hearings and appearances by that bastard.
It's a lot like the Luigi Mangione preliminary hearing that should have taken 5 minutes. You never know what a judge is going to do, right? You don't know who you're going to get. This one should be denied fairly quickly, but you never know what judges are going to do. Sometimes they have their own reasons for wanting the limelight. I don't know.
So you mentioned then he'll perhaps exercise his appellate rights, but it's so confusing to the layperson out there because we heard the judge say, you're giving up, you're waiving your right to appeals by taking this plea. It's never really quite that simple, is it?
Correct. There's one limited exception, and he's pursuing that one exception. The Sixth Amendment guarantees him the right to seek relief if his constitutional rights were violated in this fashion. He's alleging that his attorneys did not provide effective assistance of counsel. They threatened, they coerced him. He's using the exact buzzwords that he found in cases where relief has been granted. And then worse, he's saying, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I've been framed like the Mona Lisa. Not his words, mine. And those are the right words to get you into the ballpark. But then the judge will say, okay, where's your evidence, murderer? And he'll say, oh, I don't have any. And the state's going to say, we have evidence just to the contrary. Remember the plea colloquy, those questions that the judge asked of you to make sure that you knowingly, intelligently, freely and voluntarily gave up your cherished constitutional rights? Remember those questions? Like, are you satisfied with your attorney? Did you have enough time to talk to your attorneys? Are you doing this because you're guilty? Anybody force you, threaten you, coerce you to give up your rights? So the evidence is inconsistent with his claims.
Yeah, because he actually used those words. And I was so thankful, going back over it, that the judge said, are you making this plea because you are actually guilty?
Yes.
As opposed to because it's really cool paperwork that's working out for you right now. The words were actually uttered because you are actually guilty.
I cannot wait to watch these two idiots eat their words once this actually happens. This dude is a defense attorney. I'd like to see his fucking record, loser.
And his answer was, say it with me.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And
So
instead
it
of filing and instead of filing this insulting motion, he should be hugging and kissing the ground that his attorneys walk on, because they saved his life against all odds. They got life. That was always the best case scenario for him. It was never going to lead to a dismissal. His DNA was.
Diego, can you share my comment?
What's that, bud?
Can you share my comment?
Right there. Mark Aguilar still thinks that Oswald killed Kennedy, Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, and Bill Clinton never had sexual relations with that woman. There you go, folks. That's all the proof you need to know the density of Mr. Aguilar's, period. He's another one. Wait till you see that guy. What a mess. Good call, Jesse. Good call.
Knife sheath. There was plenty of evidence here. He would have been convicted and been on death row. He at least enjoys whatever freedoms there are of being a lifer as opposed to somebody on death row. He should be thanking them instead of condemning them.
Yeah, I mean, the evidence was overwhelming. It is frustrating to me, and I'm going to get back to that, by the way, that he should be thanking them. I think he should have sent Ann Taylor a fruit basket or something, because that woman worked her ass off for 3 years to save his life. And she is no joke. She's a really great attorney. But what about the whole notion that the prosecutors did not insist on some kind of allocution where he had to openly say what Dennis Rader did? Here's what I did.
This is why you know she doesn't pay attention nor read anything, and why she's so dumb, because she keeps bringing this up, knowing that what we all know about Idaho and allocution. So once again, that look on her face, that shows her reality, just so you guys know.
Here's how I did it. Here's what happened to this one. Here's what happened to that one here. And then it's a little harder to walk back and say, I didn't actually do any of this.
The direct answer is only they know why they didn't. It's not uncommon for prosecutors not to have them give some type of allocution like that. It doesn't happen all that often. Prosecutors just want to make sure that somebody's freely and voluntarily giving up their rights and that they're going to go away. It doesn't help the media. It doesn't help the court of public opinion, because we're all salivating to know details. But the prosecutors got what they wanted. He's guilty. They know what he did. Why he did it, they don't have to prove. Motive is never something that they have to prove. You know, they probably have their theories on why he did what he did. He's a sick psychopath. I mean, what else do you need? And then what value would there be? I mean, how much truth would flow from his lips? And likely wouldn't that then insult the victims more or minimize what he did? Maybe that was their concern. I don't know.
Well, it's actually a really good point, because, you know, I talked to a lot of the victims' family members, and I have for the last 3.5 years. And that was all they wanted. They wanted the why. Why did you do this to us? Why did you pick Kaylee? Why did you pick these kids? And, you know, whether he lied or not, at least you could get something out of this monster.
Yeah, if that really is a thing. Look, I don't want to look, I've never gone through anything like that. It's my worst nightmare. And if that would have brought them some relief, albeit even for a second, then I wish they would have gotten that. But I wouldn't say that the prosecutors did anything nefarious or wrong by not getting it.
There's your problem. There's your problem. Thank you for joining us for today's after school special, ABC after school special, folks, because these two are like two 15-year-olds arguing back and forth or discussing things back and forth with no knowledge of any of it. So just saying.
This show is currently brought to you by Ignorance is Bliss.
Yes, 100%. And stupidity is real.
Reasons, and most prosecutors don't ever have the defendants lay out their thought process.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, Mark, because you're the lawyer. I just, do this every so often. I ask people like you the questions. But it seemed to me from his chicken scratch motion, and it literally is him just scratching out in his prison cell, his motion on toilet paper, for all I know. He seems to say there's lots of discovery that came in that was kept secret from me. And I'm assuming he's saying because my attorneys didn't share it with me, even though they got it from the prosecutors. And is that the basis for his argument that, so it's ineffective assistance of counsel? Because he never uttered the words ineffective assistance of counsel.
Correct, but that's what he's going to be arguing, and that's
because he didn't know at that point. Why does nobody understand that? Or do they understand it and they refuse to see it? He didn't know at that point what was going on, in my opinion. And unless we go the other direction with it, and it's part of the grand plan, and that's the whole point right there. So it can go one of those two ways. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, she's definitely a bully. Obviously degrading his handwriting because of, he's got a disability, so on and so forth. That shows the piece of shit she is.
That's why I said I'll say it louder for the folks in the back. She can fuck all the way off.
Completely.
She's a monster. I think not a clown or but a monster, just a ghoul, a demon, like a
banshee. Yeah, all of that.
Bloodsucker.
Anybody that would like this, that would attack somebody's disabilities, all of it. That's who she is at heart. That's her soul, folks. Evil incarnate, in my opinion.
And somebody who's willing to do unspeakable things to further their career or make a buck. Just, an absolute bloodsucker.
Between her and Bryan, I know who I would trust.
Oh, my God. At this point, yeah. 100%.
Wait, which Bryan? Her butt buddy?
No, Bryan Kohberger.
Thank you.
I could picture her and Olivia out partying together and having a blast. I could see it. One and the same person, I think.
The court, how the court will take it. Look, there are cases in our history where, for whatever reason, defense lawyers have, it's rare, but they have threatened their clients. They have hidden from them evidence. Maybe there's some agenda. Maybe some defense lawyer was close with the victim's family. Maybe they were.
Oh, do you know this, Mark? Because you've done this as a defense attorney in your past. I'm sure we could find that.
Paid off. Who knows, right? So we don't want that to happen. And so there is case law, and that protects defendants under those circumstances. If that were to ever happen, no matter how guilty someone is, they would have been robbed of effective assistance of counsel. The Sixth Amendment would have been violated, and they should have their plea set aside. So what Kohberger is doing is he's jumping onto those cases. He's looking at the language where the courts have reversed prior convictions, prior pleas, and he's trying to use that language to announce.
Thank you, Miss Cat, for that. I appreciate you very much. Welcome to the sauce. Whoever got that membership, I can't tell, but welcome and congrats. Glad to have you on board.
Analogize his case to those cases. And you just can't plausibly analogize those cases. You're not going to get a defense lawyer who's going to.
What did you say?
I said, are we done with this yet?
Almost. Calm down, child.
To say, you know what? He's right. I just wish it didn't come to light. I just threatened him. I was sick of him. I just wanted him out, and I lied and I hid evidence. And he's innocent. That's right. I agree. He's innocent. It's just not going to happen. It's Michigas.
Michigas. You're right. Who wants to fall on the sword for the person they spent 3 years trying to save? However, I have seen it happen before. In the Cynthia Summer case in California, her attorney did fall on the sword for her. And thank God he did, because he didn't bring in evidence to show that some women would mourn differently than others. And her partying shouldn't have been an example of her being guilty of killing her husband. And in the subsequent trial, she was, there wasn't a subsequent trial because they found evidence that the testing of her husband's samples had all been wrong. And so in that respect, it worked. But it is rare, isn't it, that an attorney is going to come into court and say, yeah, he's right, I suck.
Yes, and it would happen more frequently in the scenario that you gave, where an attorney is rushed. He has so many other cases. He didn't follow up on leads. Maybe he thought it wouldn't lead to anything. And then in retrospect, oh my goodness, I screwed up. I just didn't get an expert on that. I didn't follow up on this. There was a busload of nuns that might have saw him in a different place. I screwed up. That happens. And I don't think that it's that rare that an attorney would at least consider taking the witness stand in favor of a former client and admit that they're wrong and they screwed up. This is different. He took a plea based upon evidence that we all saw, we heard. We know that it was proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable.
Did he see something that we didn't see? Is that what happened? I don't know what he's talking about. What are you talking about with Milena? What do you want to hear, Tomboy?
The last probably 10 minutes of her show last night, she played Ashley Banfield, and I'm telling you, she was losing it.
I'm sure she was.
She was peeing her pants, wasn't she?
Yeah, it was epic. I will tell you that.
Well, I think I'm going to step down and go pee my pants because it's getting late. It's actually, I can see that now daylight is coming through the windows, and I've had 3 bottles of wine. My kids are going to get up and go to school. I better retire.
I appreciate you being here, sir.
Thank you for having me. It's been a great conversation. Looking forward to seeing you guys soon.
Thanks,
absolutely. Thank you, sir.
You were good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. All right, I'm looking for this now.
It was her last night's live. It's like about the last 10 minutes. Eddie, you like that windowsill too, huh?
Yeah, it's not too bad down here.
Yeah. I don't mind falling out every now and then.
All right, here we are. You got your way.
Thank God.
Uh-huh. Sure. I guess it starts.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No, back. The other way. There you go. It'll show when it starts.
Oh, I went too far. It's about right.
Right there.
There. All right, hold on.
Okay. Bryan Kohberger has been in solitary confinement for this entire year. Where's that information coming from? Solitary confinement? Or was he just in, what is he in?
No. 65 to 70 more of those boring years. Bryan Kohberger has decided to take pen to paper, and I don't know what kind of paper. I'm only assuming it's toilet paper because it's what's most appropriate for someone like him, and write himself up a cute little motion. I'm not happy with the way things turned out. Bryan Kohberger's not happy with the way things turned out. The PhD in criminology turns out didn't quite understand what he was getting into when he did that whole plea thingy-majiggy. Yeah, the PhD program.
Dude, since when do all of these mainstream people, why aren't they talking about the actual material? They say that I can't have this on my channel. I can't have some.
They don't. That's the thing, is they don't talk about the material. It's gossip central. That's what these have turned into, truly and honestly, and that's all they're going to be.
Somebody coming on here going, I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. People cannot talk about the facts. Why can't people talk about the facts? The fact is, he filed this. All this other freaking charade. He filed this. He's claiming this about all of it. Like, I just. None of these people can talk about any freaking merit and substance. Just wild, man.
I guess it doesn't yield the smartest people, because when he said, yes, Your Honor, I'm guilty of all of this, he says, well, wait a minute, I wasn't really. I was boondoggled. The system. He's just desperate.
Somebody tell me where the fuck the word boondoggle come from, because I've never heard that one before. That's all new for me. Boondoggle.
I don't know, but exit out of her chat.
Anything else, boss? There we go. We're good.
Hijo de la chingada.
Boondoggled. That's I'm gonna look that up. See if she can even spell that. I doubt it.
Desperate to get attention, to get a day trip out of the Idaho Max. Just some change of pace from the horror show that is his life. The blank, desolate walls.
Why aren't we talking about all the constitutional issues in this case? And that right under all of your guys' noses, who was covering this case, you guys allowed all of our constitutional rights to be absolutely upended.
Yep. They don't care.
That's what you all allowed. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how you've been turning a blind eye to the federal agents of our world here, fucking with our rights. How about that? Oh God, what's that?
Or his life, he wants a break from it. So Bryan
Let's not forget. Ashley was trying to get in Epstein's pants.
Showed up.
Kohberger.
And Atlanta's right, but that doesn't bring the views and the ratings to them. They don't care about their own rights, let alone anybody else's. It's all about views.
It's a good place to pause and talk about that for a minute. She brought up the federal component of our rights, but here's the thing: is there's a way that the government has to push propaganda. When there's a psyop like this, they never do the speaking themselves. They have mouthpieces do it, and there's some mechanism that facilitates that, and that is what I've been talking about for since
a long time.
Yeah, this whole case, this propaganda is it's easy to it's like misplaced anger. We get angry at the likes of the mouthpieces, Ashley Banfield, for one example, but they're just doing the bidding of the government. There is something behind this, and
of course
it is that big. And Ann Taylor mentioned it once. The state has an army behind its case, and she's like on an island by herself trying to combat that. And that's not an exaggeration. So keep in mind
the way it was the whole time.
Yeah, this is scripted. This, we know that it's going to get worse too. These scripted conversations where you have, when they bring on the panelist and then it's just a one-sided discussion. There's going to be so much more of this upcoming.
Especially now, Eddie. Yes, you are correct.
So this is the state doing all this.
I'll say it right here and now. I invite and welcome any we'll call them guilters, that has any common sense, which means I'm probably going to get nobody, that will have an adult conversation about this and the actual facts behind this, to join me here at any time. Everyone, any one of you. And we can have a conversation, but I know that nobody's going to respond to that because none of them have the common sense that God gave them to see things for what they are. And unfortunately, that will never be able to happen. So, but that offer's there. And it'll stay there, just so everybody knows. And very good points you just made, Eddie. Thank you.
He decided to break his silence finally. And from prison, he is saying now something that could throw this entire University of Idaho quadruple murder story right back into court. I will say that with a caveat. It's a big maybe. It's a big fat maybe that he ever gets into court again, but he could. Stick around because you're going to hear the possibilities in a hot minute of whether Bryan Kohberger's toilet paper motion is actually going to get him a day trip and a different kind of bologna sandwich and a different kind of cell for, I don't know, even 24 hours. If you were with me in this same place last summer, right around the same time, you'll remember that Bryan Kohberger pleaded guilty a year ago. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Madison Mogan. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Kaylee Gonsalves. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Xana Kernodle. And he pleaded guilty to the fourth murder of Ethan Chapin. And that plea deal came together only a couple of weeks before he was set for an entire murder trial, a capital death penalty murder trial. Just weeks before that was scheduled to begin, and weeks before we, after years of gag orders, were going to finally get some questions answered. Like, what did the investigation?
Ashley Banfield has not done a single thing with this case in looking at any of the documents that have been unsealed. That's a fact.
Discover in all of this work that they did? How much do you have on this guy that you kept under the gag? Some of it came out, but what else do you have? Because up until now, this has been such a mystery. Why did he do it? Why did he pick those kids? It seemed they had nothing to do with him. Nothing. So why? It is the most heinous thing you can do. Hand-to-hand combat. Murdering someone in cold blood in the most violent way as they sleep peacefully. Like, why? We thought we'd get some of that in that scheduled trial. But no, I guess he finally decided, they got me. And it is death penalty, so I'm kind of scared of that. And in exchange for him admitting it, confessing it, promising us in court that he did do it, all of it, all four, the prosecutor said, fine, we'll take the death penalty away. And you can rot in hell for the rest of your life. Life, no parole, but you don't die. And remember, everybody, in the years leading up to this, Idaho took a page out of, I think it was Ohio, pardon me if I'm wrong, but took a page from another state on how to build a better mousetrap when it comes to executions. And they were thinking, firing squad. Firing squad works for us. Let's build the chamber. It's possible. It's been reported that it's possible. As Bryan Kohberger was being held in jail before prison, that he might have actually heard some of the construction. Can you imagine? That's my new firing squad chamber that I could get. And maybe that informed his decision to take the death penalty off the table. Maybe just stick around for a while longer. So he decided to give that plea, and he stood before a judge and he admitted that he stabbed all four of these students, stabbed them to death inside their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. But he was never required, and I will never get over this. And
she's a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs tonight. This is wild.
I am very frustrated with the prosecutors in Idaho for this because they agreed to it. He never was required to explain himself. He was never required to say why he did it. He was never required to give a detailed confession. It's called an allocution. And he didn't have to give one. And we all waited for it. Whoa, you're wrapping this thing up? He didn't even say why or what the hell? Nope. Just, I did it. I did it freely, intelligently. And I did it because I'm saying this because I'm guilty, not because it's just a bunch of paperwork. Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. So Bryan Kohberger, instead of, heading into the new chamber that was on its way to being operational, he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. And I know you're going to say, well, if you get one life, no parole, why do you even need the other ones? Well, for starters, they're consecutive. So when you finish one, the next one starts. And I know you can't die and be reborn all at once, most of you believe. But if one of those murders somehow gets successfully challenged in some kind of an appeal, and I'll get there too, you still have the consecutive 3. And if another one goes down, you still have the consecutive 2. So it's kind of like, you're never getting out without a toe tag, right? Technically, in that plea, he had to give up his right to an appeal. I know you heard it too, right? So you're asking me, why are we even here today? He had to give up his right to an appeal when he took this sweetheart deal. Sweetheart deal, life, no parole, 4 times over. But hey, you're not going into the new death chamber. So the technically part of giving up your right to an appeal, devil's always in the details. And in this one, the devil incarnate is in these details, because you still have a little itty bitty right to come back for a bite at the apple. You can't appeal what went on in the courtroom. You can't appeal that, but you can say something happened with my lawyers, and I believe I was cheated by my own attorneys. It's called ineffective assistance of counsel. And I know if you've already read some reporting, you probably saw that those words weren't there. We'll get to that too. I'm going to explain all of this, why suddenly this dirty, rotten quadruple murderer gets this other bite at the apple. A chance to peek his little rat face outside of his rat hole prison and demand more attention, me, look at me. And then read my toilet paper scratch and see how smart I am. And now Bryan Kohberger says he's innocent and says that plea has to be withdrawn. It must be withdrawn in the most egotistical, blowhard terminology you could ever imagine coming out of Hollywood. This is his toilet paper plea. And he says that even if this results in the case being reopened, I want my plea withdrawn, even if reopening that case exposes me once again to the death penalty. But for the first time since his arrest almost 4 years ago, he's speaking publicly. He called the New York Times, and specifically a reporter named Mike Baker. He did so from his Idaho maximum security institution, and he declared what he called a, quote, absolute claim of innocence.
I don't know if she's more upset that she didn't get the call and Mike Baker did, or that this whole process is happening. Tina is still trying to figure that out. This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Why the fuck haven't you hit the thumbs up and the thumbs down yet? Make yourself known.
When Mike Baker asked him about the actual evidence against him, conveniently, Bryan Kohberger refused to discuss it with him. And instead, he said the following. The intention is for all of those questions to be investigated and answered appropriately in a trial setting. Oh, I get it. You want to go back into court. You want everybody to see you again. Now you want to be heard again. I feel like he was kind of yanking Mike Baker's chain because, again, within a few hours of the story posting in the New York Times, Bryan Kohberger actually filed it, this handwritten motion with the court. It's a petition and a little chicken scratch basically saying that the whole world has been unfair to him, including the lawyers who saved his life. This handwritten petition was made public Monday, and again, today is July 27th. And in it, Kohberger is asking to withdraw this plea, this guilty plea, and overturn his convictions and take the case to trial. He says the reason is that his plea, this PhD student in criminology, his plea was the product of ineffective legal counsel, false promises, quote unquote, and quote, blatant disinformation. According to the New York Times, Mr. Kohberger, who had court-appointed representation all throughout the case, ending with his guilty plea, said that he prepared the document, he, himself, to challenge the case on his own. In the new filing, Kohberger claims his defense team failed to disclose or properly review evidence that could have helped to clear him. He also alleges that his attorneys made promises about what his life in prison would look like, and that those promises induced him to plead guilty. So, okay, so my lawyers promised me life in prison would be great, and it isn't. Life in prison? Ain't no prison anywhere in America where life in prison is great or good or even like moderately sucky. It's awful. Period, end of story. Life in prison, no parole, is about as bad as it gets. And since Bryan Kohberger had been in protective custody, even waiting for trial when you're in jail, he knew that. He knew that. Again, he's a PhD in criminology. It isn't like he's a hairdresser who just didn't know what the hell was going on around him. This was his business. So, yeah, I was ill-advised. I want you to hear his exact words, but I want you to brace yourself because I had a whole full-on milk spit take. And honest to God, the language, he belonged on Broadway at one point. He's such a queen. Okay. It is hereby declared. It's hereby declared. During attorney discussions, most of which included all members of Bryan C. Kohberger's immediate family, petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder, felony burglary, by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. Okay, so he's basically accusing Ann Taylor and her defense team, the best friends he had in the world, of withholding information that would have proven he was innocent. So Ann, as an amazing lawyer, had no interest in winning a case. No interest. No, she had no interest after 3 years of trying to save this guy's life, and stated off the bat, he's innocent, and we're going to prove it, right? So he's suggesting that Ann Taylor had all this discovery that showed I was innocent and still pushed me into a deal. Come on now. Come on now. The following storm is about to be
against all odds. They got life. That was always the best case scenario for him. It was never going to lead to a dismissal. His DNA was found on the knife sheath. There was plenty of evidence here. He would have been convicted and been on death row. He had.
Fuck. Hey, can you back up right there? Let's talk about this, plethora of evidence, whatever the fuck you just said. They have nothing. They only say the sheath every fucking time.
Nothing.
And that's it. What if this guy seems like he's what is it? A personal injury attorney, and he's just waiting for the ambulance call.
He's an ambulance
That's just
chaser
the
for
feeling I get
sure.
with this guy. You know, we'll make him pay.
Not at least you could get something that the testing had of the.
Dear Lord. Okay. Whew.
And he himself, a very sharp guy, not mentally retarded, not low IQ, but someone who's extremely bright.
Wow, did he really go there? No shit. This dude, something else.
Answered the court's questions knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily and freely and said, yeah, I am guilty. This is in my best interest. This is what I want. So I find it very hard to believe that anyone's going to disturb.
Did he just say mentally retarded?
Consider taking a witness stand in favor of a former client and admit that they're, they're wrong and they screwed up. This is different. He took a plea based upon evidence that we all saw, we heard, we know that it was proof beyond it to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And he himself, a very
Wait.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell is going on? Beyond a reasonable doubt? Who? What the fuck? Tina? Those channels like, hey, it's clown hour, let's go. And then I swear they're buying fucking views, they're buying subscribers. I'm just gonna start buying subs. Fuck it.
I agree with her.
I mean, this is wild.
They're doing it.
This is unbelievable. What are we watching? What are they?
This is a truly and honestly a joke. It really is. And they put these two together like they're a perfect pair. Honest to God, like you couldn't have put two better people together, in my opinion, for this. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I'm sorry.
Poor Lana.
Oh God.
Poor Lana.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Like, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Like, what the fuck am I watching?
So back to the judge. I'm hoping the judge are intelligent for purposes of accepting the plea. That's it. And I always chuckle under my breath when a judge says, I'm finding that you made an alert and intelligent decision. Like the first time most of these people are ever hearing that they're intelligent is when they're taking a plea and going by.
Am I the only person that like looks at this guy like he's selling cars? Or is that just me? Like, I feel like when you walk up to this guy, he's going to throw his hand out and, like, sell you his neighbor's car. I'm telling you.
Slimy, yes.
Beyond slimy. Dirty, like she said, ambulance chasing, personal injury attorney, selling you cars, selling you, appliances. That's who he reminds me of.
Okay.
But that said, they just have to be informed that they're waiving certain cherished rights, including but not limited to their right to go to trial.
Like, this is just some random ass case. Okay. Like, what?
And there's not much after that. But again, Lana makes a massive point with this, in my opinion. Okay. By the way, anybody that would like to join us to pop up here for a few minutes, please do. Let's hear your feelings, your thoughts, your opinions as we now see, where we're headed next in this direction with this crazy ass insanity. Good Lord, have mercy.
Motion to get a court-appointed attorney is pending in front of Hitler. So
right, and that's what we're waiting on. The next step we're waiting is for Hitler to approve the attorney, first and foremost, which that I don't see him withholding on. I can't imagine him not allowing for that. And then the next step from there
is the clarified.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Welcome, Realize. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. So yeah, the mainstream media's reaction is no surprise. We know that they're a bunch of talking heads. They follow a narrative. They're all saying the same things. And whether they're asking questions from other people or whatever, it's the same. It's the same thing. And basically, a lot of people are, like I had said this before, are locked and loaded. Even the people who believe that, he's guilty, they'll say things like, well, he pled guilty, so it's done and over with, da 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 da. And, if he wasn't guilty, why did he plead guilty? And, so on and so forth. So we know the arguments. Today I had left a comment, I think it was under some news thing. And I said, there's more evidence pointing away from him than towards him. And in this case, and, someone said, oh, no, there isn't, there's this, there's that. And then other people were jumping in. So the good thing about my observance today is that people who are actually critical thinkers and have been paying attention, people who have been listening to the documents, that people have been going over, like Lena and Jules, we've been listening to the evidence and are coming back, are firing back, so to speak, to say, no, have you been listening? Because there's plenty of evidence. This that points away from him. So that was encouraging to see. It seems to be split in some places, but I think it just depends upon who they're following, who they're commenting on. I think there are a lot of people who just convince themselves that there is no other way.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah. So Lena laughing is is justified. I think I'd be cracking up too, because what else can you do when you hear that foolery? It's obvious they're not reading and going through the documents and the releases that have come out in the past year. And
they're handed, in my opinion, they're handed a script on a daily basis and said, here, this is what we need you to say, how we need you to do it. I think Skeletor puts her own twist on things on her own, but this is how it needs to happen, what we need you to do, and what the goal is at the end of all this. That's exactly what I think they do with all of them. Every one of them.
I do too. 100%. That's what I mean. Talking heads, they're all saying the same thing, and if people, even like Nancy Grace, I saw her, and of course I didn't listen to her. But I was like, oh, yeah, of course she's coming out.
I would have put her on screen and reacted to her, but I can't. And for those of you that know me well, I would have sent myself to the hospital with that one. I can't handle her. I can't even hear her voice.
I know.
I can't not handle her voice. Worse than Ashley, believe that or not, but can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, I can't.
You call them talking heads. I'm calling them talking asses, because that's what they're talking out of.
Yeah, I know that's right. That's where their head is anyway. So,
well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's people out here that while this is going on, honest to God, there's other creators or people that, I guess I can't call them creators because they don't create their own content. They use other people's content to make their content, which is a joke, that are making videos calling living in a grifter's paradise and stuff like that. Okay. And they're calling all these creators that are bringing these statements and documents and speaking on these things to they're all grifters. Well, some of us, this is our job, right. And this person does the same thing, except they use other people's content, nothing but other people's content, to try to make their points, and it has nothing to do with the case. And that's what I mean. And this person is here to supposedly support the case. And to speak on the case, but they don't talk about the case at all. They're just talking about everybody else that talks about it. That's what I'm saying. And it's a joke. So anyway.
Yeah, it's going nowhere fast. That's what I call that. It's a whole lot of work doing a whole lot of nothing. Those are the people that I just don't waste my time on at all. Because
agreed.
There's no point. There's no point. It's a moot point. It's expend your energy towards the cause and leave all the haters and the weirdos behind.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
That's it.
Fully agree with you.
When they do that, we know that their purpose is to discredit your voice, so
Of course.
that
Yeah.
you're not as effective, and hopefully people will not listen to you, because that's what they fear is people, because people are sheep. What they do is, it's dangerous to stand alone and have an opinion that doesn't conform with the mass, with the majority.
I agree.
I can say that firsthand. But so that's why it's important that our voice, we continue to use it and have a strong voice for this, because then more and more people will have the confidence to, stand on the right side.
Absolutely. You're 100% correct. I love
yeah.
it. Love it. Yep. That's right.
Fully
When I
agree.
look at when you start giving people attention that, that are naysayers and people that are there to, try to stir your primal instinct up and to get you to respond, here's what happens. A couple things happen. Number one, you end up pausing, being distracted from what your hands are doing, the right thing, and you end up coming towards them. So it pauses the work that you're doing. Number two, okay, it sometimes it allows the seeds that they're casting to land on ground, and then cause things like anger and frustration and things that don't serve the common good. It doesn't benefit you, it doesn't benefit the cause. So they are the enemy of the cause, I say. And so what I do is, in that instance, I'm like, okay, I'm building here. I have to look at like what you're doing, Dago, what Lana's doing, what Jules, the rest of these content creators that are actually getting into the meat and actually doing the work, is you're building towards a cause, right? So when you're building and you have an enemy, so to speak, that is you could see them from the wall as as you're protecting your asset there. You keep building. You have a tool in one hand and you have a weapon in the other, and you keep going. You don't pause for them, and because again, all it does is cause mass distraction, and all it does is take you away. It gets you talking about them instead of what you need to be talking about, and it's by design. A very clever. Shall I say, a very clever suggestion. They're making a suggestion, or like, hey, I'm saying this about you, I'm saying this about this, why don't you challenge me? And I think in some ways that could be productive. I think some ways that could be absolutely a good thing. But in other ways, when you already know they're locked and loaded, when you're speaking to a fool, you're casting your pearls before swine. There is absolutely no investment in that.
Right. And I fully agree. And I do want to step back real quick to Eddie's statement. It's 100% true that, oh my God, hold on. It just slid right out of my conscious there for a second. I had it and I was ready to speak on it. My ADHD is real, folks. I promise you. What was he made a statement?
People are afraid to stand.
No. The sheeple
with the less popular opinion, but if
the sheeple statement is 100%, it was based on that, what you had said around that. But yeah, he's right, guys. It's 100% what it is. Oh, because they don't want people to hear what we're saying. Okay, they don't want them to hear what I'm saying, what Eddie's saying, what Realize and Tomboy are saying. Logan, typically unique, Truth and Transparency, Pavarotti. They don't want people to hear what we're saying. Because, oh my goodness, people might believe them.
Mm-hmm.
That can't
tear
happen.
You down and discredit.
That's the only reason why. Well, some of them do it for that reason. Others do it because they're just miserable and hate themselves.
Yeah,
or a combination of both. Or they're bored with their lives. It happens all the time.
Yep.
And I'm sorry that you're so pitiful and pathetic that you don't like yourself. But that's not my fault. That's not Logan's fault. That's not Eddie's fault. I'm sorry. I wish I could help you.
Right.
In a way, I guess I am, but not by my own recognizance. I'll just say that. But again, the thing is mostly I believe it's because they don't want people to hear what we're saying, because people might believe us. And I'm gonna tell you something for all of you out there. Jeppy the Great, Bibby the Putz, all of you out there. Those are the two I'm gonna throw in the mix the most, because they're the ones that spend most of their day. And I mean, all of their day doing nothing but trying to berate all of us, as they've done again and again and again and again, You have somebody that makes a statement. I'm gonna read something to you real fast here. We all know who Jeffy the Great is, okay? We all know, without fail. And if you don't, oh my God, you're lucky.
My name
But
is Jeff.
he makes a statement on underneath his ruler, I'll call her, okay, and says, you know, for years I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, imagining that they really believe the stuff they say and that they care. But when I see that pretty much, and then he makes a comment about that statement, all of them have completely ignored Xana's 4:12 a.m. TikTok comment where she said, never forget the foundation in the bathtub. That's troubling to me. I want anybody in here, anybody to tell me what in the actual fuck that dumbass comment that Jeff has been stuck on for 4 fucking years has to do with anybody in the case, including Bryan Kohberger. It has nothing to do with that. It was a statement made to a friend from a friend about an experience they had together. It has nothing to do with anything. So that'll tell you the mentality level of somebody that that thinks on this, because we don't give a fuck about it because we realize what it is. I'm sorry you can't, but that's your statement to make in this whole thing. There's my problem. Go ahead, Tomboy. I thought you were going to say something.
No.
I don't get it anymore. I know what I agree with Eddie. They don't want anybody to hear what we're saying. I fully agree with that. But at some point, enough is enough. Obviously you have to realize that we're not going to be able to bring ourselves to your low level of understanding and thought process, even though we've never drug you through the mud until, we've all been berated to the level that none of us just want to deal with it anymore. But we've never gone live to do shows about you, to talk about you and your thoughts, your feelings, your basis of understanding. Never. We don't do that. Okay. We have better things to do and more important things to do. But you continuously do it. And you gain nothing from it other than self-gratification, in my opinion. You haven't changed anything. You have not changed anybody's mind. In fact, I've had more people come from that side of the fence to this side that have joined our communities. More people. So maybe what you're doing is a good thing, because they're trying to get the fuck away from you and your ridiculous thought process is the only thing that makes any sense here. But again, you're not changing anything. You're not going to change somebody's mind. Why continue? Is your life that pathetic and boring? I just don't get it, folks. I don't understand it at this point. What you're doing is not helping the cause, the case. Even if you were truly and honestly caring about, as you claim, the families and the victims and real justice and truth, if you were, whatever you're doing has nothing to do with that. It brings nothing to that. So I'm going to call that bullshit, because that's what it is. It's your excuse to be the low-level trash that you are doing what you're doing. And if you don't like my statement, sorry, not sorry. Go fuck yourself, okay? Because that's where I'm at this point. And I don't care. I don't care. My apologies to the ladies in the chat for my language. But again, I'm being real here, folks. People that don't like this, that you don't want to hear it, don't listen. You have that choice. You're supposed to be an adult. And if you understand how to work a computer, you should be able to move away from here. But you come here purposely. That's my point. Get a life. Go sit down. Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear you anymore. Okay? That's my whole point with the whole thing. Move along. Your time is up. We're done with you. We've had enough. We don't need any more. Bye-bye now. Sorry for that whole rant. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm over it. And I'm just done. Done with it. Because they're not doing anything but taking up airspace and time. So Sorry for that whole rant again. My apologies. Anyway,
You don't have to apologize, Digo. This is number one, your channel. Number two, you have real feelings, and this has been going on for a long time. And now you can put things into perspective. That's what's really important. I think people, sometimes we can get so, caught up in all the crap that people are dishing out that we kind of start to lose perspective. And so we have to take a step back, right? And that's a good thing to preserve ourselves and also to preserve the work that we're trying to do. And I think that, we have to discern what battles we need to be fighting, because every battle that comes our way we don't always have to fight. We don't have to fight every battle that, presents itself. We have to really pick and choose them.
that is right.
Especially as we get older and then, and in regards to all the work you're doing here, David, like one of the things that I would say is, the next person who tries to come along or hops up into your chat or tries to challenge you some way, you just think to yourself before you answer them and think, you know what, is this going to benefit anyone, or is this going to benefit the cause at all? Am I going to be wasting my time? We have to really think, are people worth talking to? Some people are worth talking to. We might have a decent conversation and they may change their mind. And others, well, they're just there to be the antagonist, and
Right.
so some people that's their purpose in life. They want to be an antagonist, and it's a fruitless endeavor. It's a shame. But that's who they are. And those are the kind of people that we absolutely shut doors on and never open them again, because they're only a nuisance.
I agreed. You are absolutely correct. But I've been here 4 years plus, going on 5 in the community itself.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also been on this case going on 4 years in November, along with most of the rest of you.
Yep.
And I've never backed down from it. I mean, we've taken breaks when there's nothing to talk about, but beyond that, I've never backed down from my same stance on this. If anything, it's gone even further to the other side. Okay, meaning at some point I was on the fence, I guess you could call it, of understanding how Bryan could have been the one to do this and wanting to see the truth behind it. And they never showed it, so I had no choice but to say, okay, he's innocent. And that's where I've been, but I've never changed my stances on the investigation, the corruption that has been visible the whole time, any of that. Never have I ever done that. Okay.
You've been consistent.
Oh, right. And
you can't be respectful to some of these creators, because it's like the more respectful you are, the more they try to put you down, call you names. And I'm like, no, come on now.
Radio silence.
Yeah.
Put them on radio silence. That's what they get. They don't respect, you get radio silence.
Well,
bye.
I was always raised with, and I know most of you probably we're all pretty much in Gen Z or Gen X. I'm sorry.
Gen
Holy
X, yes.
shit. Gen X. I'm sorry about that.
You're a year older than me.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We were all raised within the same generation with the same type of parents. We hold our own. We always have. We always will. Okay.
Yep.
We stand up for what we believe in. We stick to that. And that's what it is. That's all it is. That's all. That's why we're here, folks. And none of us are going to falter to that, no matter what these fucking idiots say.
That's right.
You're not going to change my mind or anybody else's mind unless I want you to. Welcome, Bryan. I'm sorry, bud.
No, I'm sorry. I just don't get heated. Don't let them rile you up, because we knew this was coming, because now Bryan's talking.
It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, let it get worse. Let the fire go up, because we want the fire to go up, because these people act like we're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been acting like we've been stupid for the last 4 years. Mm-hmm. Nobody's stupid. Put the information out there. This is our responsibility as the true crime community and any community. Put the truth out there. Put the facts out there to be seen. Let the information come forward. Let everybody make their own critical analysis or non-critical analysis if you're dumb.
Thank you.
Write down that tree all you want.
And Google is not an analyzing tool or a truthful tool.
Exactly.
If you can't read a document, don't come after me.
If you can't read a document, then sit down and shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I say, look for it yourself. When people ask questions, they're waiting to be spoon-fed. It's like, go seek it out for yourself.
Tomboy, Eddie, Tomboy. Brian and Rio, you guys have probably all heard me say this. I know Eddie and Tomboy have, though. How many times have I said, don't take my word for it. Don't say the same thing I said because I said it. You don't
Just
have to
don't
agree
read.
with me. Go find it out for yourself and make your own fucking decision. I say that every day almost. And that's what I want. And if you come to a different decision than I do, God bless. I fully respect that, okay? But coming at us and telling us we're dumb and we're dumb at we're this and we're that and this, are you fucking serious? Grow up. Go live your miserable ass life. And unless you read these documents, you fully understand it, sit down and shut the fuck up because you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. And I'll say that every day.
It's astounding, all the information that we have right now that we've, that has been uncovered. And yet people, it's like, it's almost as if they've been hypnotized, because they can't even think past what they've been told,
No, people like that, and like I said, this is my number one mantra. People don't understand. If they read some of the stuff that Malcolm X put out, a lot of stuff would have been answered for them, or they would have been able to get more critical thinking. Malcolm X said 1,000,000 years ago, the media has the ability to sway minds.
Oh,
And if
yes.
we don't have an honest media, we will never have the truth, and we will never have critical analysis of anything.
Amen to that,
That's
my
right.
brother. Thank you for saying that. That's a fact. That is a fact.
There was something you mentioned about that was mentioned earlier about sheep. We're sheep, right? Sheep usually, we have a herd mentality type thing. We're tribal,
Right.
So it's like we have to be led. We need a shepherd. We need people to lead. We need someone to lead us, right? So naturally, you're going to have people who are just like, who aren't grounded, are just going to be following whatever leads them, right?
A Cheeto.
It's they go rogue. I don't even know.
Right.
It's like insane.
You did not offend me. If you're talking to me, trash it. No, you didn't. Not at all. It has nothing to do with you. Okay? Not at all. Nothing to do with you at all. The people that have offended me know who they are. It's not that I'm offended, and it's really not that they got under my skin. One of my main priorities out here, and this is a fact, again, you can ask anybody that's part of my crew.
We are not pro-burgers or this is all about the truth. And if you don't want your people to know the truth, that's your issue, not ours. But
yep, and that's it.
Right.
You're not going to sit here and tell us that we're wrong when all you do is Google answers.
That's it.
And you do everything you can to make a statement on the opposition of what we've said, no matter what we're saying. And that's what upsets me. And one of my main priorities out here, and I look at it this way, whether you guys do or not, is to try and protect you all that are part of this community from the ignorance. We try to represent what we see and what we read and what we know in the best way we can and with the truth. Okay, people make mistakes, people read things wrong, people misunderstand. There is a lot of speculation out here because what choice do we have other than to speculate when we're never given the truth? And
but we do not disinform.
No.
That's right. Exactly. And you're very clear about when you're speculating. It's like, I'm speculating. I'm not stating facts here. This is me thinking. Exactly. That's a disclaimer.
Every time. And I throw it up at the beginning of my stream most of the time. Because other than documents, everything we talk about is purely alleged and based on speculative theory. Every time, other than documentation, okay? And that's what it's all about, folks. We are human beings. Most of us, I should say, are human beings. Okay? And that's the whole, this is what we do. We have open minds. I'm sorry, some people don't, but we have open minds and we are able to see things from every aspect possible. And we want the truth so bad that we will look at and speculate different angles of different things. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I find out something that's wrong, even if it's come from my own mouth, I'm my apologies. I'm misinformed. Thank you for correcting me. I say it on a regular basis if I have to.
Oh, yeah, he does. That's true.
Always have. I always will. And I will correct other things very politely that I see people saying. No, I'm sorry, that's not correct. The statement that Bryan Kohberger made about has anybody else been arrested? Well, that wasn't a statement Bryan made. His
No, it
attorney
wasn't.
himself was vindicated and verified that the I can't wait to be exonerated was his statement. Brian Enton created that other statement, and people will go to their grave arguing with me on that. That's not true, Dago. You're lying. No, I'm not. And that something as small as that is important to me because it's another piece of misinformation in the case that we already have so much
Disinformation. Misinformation is accidentally. Disinformation is on purpose.
Okay, disinformation. See, thank you for correcting me. The point I'm making though is that there's so much confusion surrounding this already. I don't want any more. Eddie doesn't need any more. Brian doesn't want any more. Tomboy definitely doesn't want any more. None of us do. We want the truth. Nothing but the fucking truth. And that's why we're here day after day after day after day, repeatedly talking about the same shit in some sense.
I want the truth, and I want killers who are responsible for murder off the damn street, and especially brutality like this.
Yes,
That's right. That's
there
right.
are 4 people that are dead, young people that never got to start their life and did not deserve to lose their lives for any reason.
That's right.
No reason. And that is why we're here. And believe it or not, again, I don't care what the fuck these people think. I am here because of the Gonsalves family, the Chapin family, the Coronado family.
Yep.
Okay. I want them to be able to go to bed at night knowing who the person is that took their child's life, period.
Yep, exactly. Well, that's the thing most people don't realize is that, we're here for true justice, right? Which benefits the justice of the victims, the families of the victims. So we're looking at the whole, we're looking at the future and the future of how justice is performed, and executed. We're looking at the whole 360 view. And this is why we do what we do and why we have these discussions, and it's important to do so. And I'm not going to gaslight myself. I'm not going to sit here and lie to myself about what I've seen and what I've heard. I know what I've seen and what I've heard, and and what I have deduced from that is pretty much that what we've been saying. This is a case that was more than effed up. It was intentionally effed up, and it's a case that it
Thank you,
involves
Micro.
more than one perpetrator, more than one person. That is something they're even considering, and that was said because of what we know. I mean, and you still have people who are pushing back on that. They're lying to themselves, so they want you to lie to yourself.
Thank you,
And
Robert.
that's just not going to happen. You're not going to tell me what to think. I know what the truth is, and that's going to be that. If I'm wrong,
Yes.
I'm wrong. But I'm not. I know I'm not. So
No, I fully agree with you, and I appreciate your statement more than
Yeah.
anything. I do.
yeah.
That's a fact. That is a fact. Well, any last thoughts, feelings, opinions, good or bad? Anybody, please, put it out there before we close down for the night or for the day. I think I'm gonna go because I'm wired. I think I'm gonna jump into my community Discord for anybody that's interested. And you're in there, feel free to join us in there in the voice channel to discuss some things possibly. And if not, no worries. Move on, do your day, whatever you're doing. I appreciate you all, and I will see you all very soon if you're not in there. But I am going to do that.
Damn, you just kicking us out already, ain't you? Shit, let's say bye.
I'm explaining what I'm doing after this. So hush your face. What were you saying, Eddie?
Just a couple quick thoughts. So regarding the guilters, and it kind of ties in with the last video we've been watching together with Ashley. So they have, the guilters have resorted to taking the side of the narrative to the extreme level, and that is being almost disingenuous with their points. But you can be disingenuous for only so long before people start to catch on, and at that point, they must know that he's innocent. Otherwise,
they wouldn't be fighting so hard. Yeah,
absolutely. It takes more energy to try to keep up with the lies than it does with the truth.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And we could tell with Ashley's over-the-top act it was just a desperate stretch to try to invalidate and make light of his legal filing, and that I think that was the purpose of that hit piece.
Very good point, sir.
Eddie,
That's
next
exactly
week
what that
you and I are going to replay that, okay?
Okay, we'll do. Yeah.
Miss Kathy says, great point. They wouldn't be fighting so hard. I fully agree with you, Kathy. And Eddie, yes. 100%. The more the harder they push it.
That I always refrain from saying, in my opinion, when I say that Bryan Kohberger is innocent.
Course,
It's just pretty obvious that he is. So why even leave the door open, for just a little bit? Because they take advantage of that. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So why not just be firm with the opinion and the truth is my point. But that derogatory label is to silence our voice. So with that, Dago, you're always generous with your time and your platform, and thank you for having me up as always.
I thank you. Thank you, Eddie. Always appreciate you, my friend.
Agree.
Again, whether we're fully on the same page in the same book or in the same page in the same chapter, we're always in the same book together. And I enjoy the ability to call you friend, and I really appreciate you being part of this community and this family, as you always have been. So thank you very much.
Dago. That means a lot.
No,
so
thank you,
appreciate you.
I always appreciate you.
Feel the loves, the loves.
Yeah, what does that mean? Thinks they doth protest too much.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I wanna
Thank
say,
you.
they don't call it programming for nothing, right? So then you
Right.
talk about a program, right? So they don't call it programming for nothing. And also television, tell a vision, right? So, that's the way I see it. So it's all about, appealing to the mind in a way that they can gain control.
Amen to that one. Amen to that one. And thank you for your points. Realize. Bryan, do you have any last statement or comment to make, my friend? And thank you for joining us again.
All I care about right now is that what that kid didn't get a chance to say a year ago and over the last 3 years, actually 4 years now, needs to be said now.
Amen. Amen.
That's it.
Exactly.
That's
I hope we get to hear it in a trial basis in front of a jury in a courtroom. I agree with you. I agree with you, sir.
1,000%.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
you, bro.
Dago. Thank you for this platform.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. Tomboy, any last words beyond the norm?
No.
I love her so much. I do. Her and her wife are amazing people. I love them. They're so funny. Go ahead.
I said I'm trying to be nice. Saving my voice.
Well, you don't have to be. That's the whole point. But I get it. Again, anybody that wants to join us in the Discord voice channel, if you are in there, please feel free. Always love to hear from you. As we do that, just so you guys know, when we go into that, we try to keep the conversation to where we can understand it. So when you do go in there, if you go in there, I could probably explain this in there, but I'll explain it now. What we do is everybody mutes when you're not talking, gives everybody the chance to speak. That way we don't overtalk each other and drive each other insane. So if we see you in there, I hope we do. And if not, I will see
come
you
hang
soon.
out with us. We got nothing better to do. It's Tuesday.
Right. It is Tuesday. Nothing to do. And it's always a good it's always a good conversation in there. So
yeah. And if you're from the East Coast, it's Tuesday.
Tuesday.
It's yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
I love it. So that being said, again, everybody, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, because that is so very important. And do me a big favor and do not, and I repeat, do not change who you are, because that's what I love so much about you is you, yourself, you. So thank you all for being who you are. I will see you all very soon. Thank you to my amazing moderators. I could not do this without you, as always. Love to you all, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Love, everybody. Good night.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the TruCrime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.